Go7 king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7 king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7 king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
You forgot to type first. Oh no. So you just sat there like a dummy. Oh, poor Fluffy. Giving up the first, just like that. So my opponent for the game that I played in said that they're not going to get here till later. So we're going to cover at least one other game first to give them time to show up because they want to watch a review of the game. You had to create a channel first. Penguin. So the first one we're going to cover is this game because it's the one that I can't do in the replay viewer. So we'll do the on-site tournament game first. Should be fun. This is, of course, for the Quack Cup number 2. This is round 2 of Quack Cup 2. If this map looks very familiar to you, it should. It is just shadows chase you endlessly, turned 90 degrees. It's exactly the same map. I don't know how JJ got away with putting that in as a tournament map, but you know, as the tournament organizer, I guess he can do whatever he wants. It does have a different tile set though. Chasing shadows in Magvel. I don't know what Magvel is. So this is the tile set I don't recognize. I can look that up though. What is Magvel? That's a Fire Emblem game. Oh. Fire Emblem The Sacred Stones. I haven't played any of the older Fire Emblem games. Yeah, I imagine the older Fire Emblem games are probably, at least some of them are probably better than the newer ones. Would be my guess. Fire Emblem 8 is set in Magvel. Good to know. Fire Emblem 7 is great. If you connect 4 penguins together, can you pop them? What, why would you even ask such a thing? I must become formal for this now. The 3 Game Boy Advance Fire Emblems are your favorite. Blazing Blade with Lyn and Elliewood. I've only played the like 3DS and beyond ones, where you're like breeding your characters together to make more optimal characters in a totally normal and not creepy and weird way. That's just what you do. like Poyos. Connect 4, and then they go pop. You're only on turn 3 of round 1. That's impressive. That's some slow progress. We got a good number of people. So we have jonesisdumb playing as Sami / Kindle. Now, I would not choose Sami on this map for this tier, but it might be okay in this case because you can just play as Kindle, and Kindle's got a perfectly fine day-to-day on for base light, especially on this map that has lots of these key bases or cities properties you can fight over. But yeah, Sami's gonna struggle because this is a base light map, so it's easy to run out of inventory, of course. And then their opponent here, who I think is the submitter is Marlow, playing as Max and Kindle. Yeah, the whole tournament is tag. The whole tournament is tag, and every map is based off of Shadows Chase You Endlessly. Some of them more so than others, and they all have a different tile set. So Max Kindle makes sense. They both have very strong day-to-days. Max has ways of like breaking walls and getting a lot of use of the airport that you have on the sides here, and just, you know, popping his power, get extra move, get extra firepower, and kill the opponent. And then Kindle, of course, hits everything on these cities, gets extra damage when attacking from the cities. So it's kind of, when you're Max Kindle, you can kind of swap between them day-to-day wise for great success. Where if you were Sami Kindle, you pretty much just always stay on Kindle. You have at least 2 games to review now. Well, Fluffy doesn't have any, oh no. Of all the variants, this hurt your eyes the least. That's fair. My favorite Fire Emblem games? I think I enjoyed 3 Houses until I got to the end of Edelgard's side campaign, her campaign, and it just like, it's like the content just vanished. They just like told me a summary of events. I was like, that's very I guess they ran out of time or something. I thought that one was pretty good. I didn't play any of them on the GBA. The first one I played was Awakening. It's true, it's true. Which should be fine for you, because that's the one that had Lucina, so... yeah. Okay, so we'll jump into this. This map is just Shadows Chase You Endlessly, turned 90 degrees, and Shadows Chase You Endlessly is a league map, so a lot of people have played on it. It's an old map. It's one of JJ's favorite maps to put in tournaments at the grand finals or finals. Just loves having people play on this map for some reason. There's a very flexible opener here. As you can see, there's lots and lots of cities that are very safe to capture, and many different chains that you can go for. The only things that are really contested tend to be the islands. The center cities get captured, and they're pretty hard to flip. It's very easy for both of these bases to come and reinforce this city, because this base can cut through behind these mountains to bring in reinforcements. So usually the game is decided by whoever can capture both of these islands and the airports. Is there a way to hide the day? Day 18. I can scroll it. Oh, we can do that. It looks fine. This is literally Shadows Chase You Endlessly at 90 degrees. The center is also replaced by a bridge. Oh, that's true. That is true. So it's literally just Shadows Chase You Endlessly shifted 90 degrees. With a slight nerf to Cole. Because Cole needed the nerf. So usually what's going to happen is you kind of stall out in the middle. It's very difficult to push through. And the game's kind of decided by the sides here. Stealth's are viable. The airports have a very strong commanding presence in the center. You can try a whole bunch of different openings. There's an APC opener that kind of rushes through this island. There's tank openers. There's a lot of tactics around and strategies around putting pressure on your opponent and trying to get the fight to come over to the side where you have your airport. So you have a reinforcement advantage. There's different plays you can do with those starting black boat that both players have. Usually what happens is both people leave this harbor and they go over here and they obstruct the infantry movement onto the island as best they can, and then they come back to the harbor and sit here to stop it from being captured once an infantry starts walking this way. But you can also just go up here and use the black boat for a blocker and doing some infantry transports and some healing as well. Every map in this tournament is going to be some variation on Shadows Chase You Endlessly, yeah. Although not as blatantly so as this map. Okay. Sami does have a faster black boat, which I don't think matters. It might have some niche thing. One thing I'd really like for this map to change is to make this road tile a shoal so that you can actually load in one turn onto the black boat. I think that would buff moving the black boat down here. As is, it's much worse. I didn't remember what the grand finals are. It might just be normal Shadows Chase You Endlessly. Sami can do that with double time. That is true. Okay, so Max is deciding to capture forward first. This is usually what people do. Because if they don't block you with the black boat, then what you can do is walk immediately onto the island and go for the airport really quickly. You just don't even finish this capture. But, oh, like in this case, Jones is done. Jones is moving this black boat down here. This black boat didn't even move. So in both of these cases, the players will be able to go straight onto these islands and get a presence. In this case, Marlow. Ooh, okay, so Marlow did not cancel the cap to go over here straight into the island and go for the airport and city, which is what I recommend. Instead, moving this infantry here, which is a little dangerous because now the black boat can kind of block you off. But you can, still make it over here, so it's not so bad. Oh, Marlow now recognizes that they have a black boat. Ooh, so here, Marlow did not go for any of the 3 different one-turn captures. I would recommend this one because it leads into this really long capture chain. But instead, go straight forward to go for this city and this city. You can do this. It's not important. Your opponent is not going to be able to stop you from getting this city very effectively. I'm doing pretty well. Okay, the black boat came back, so we might have evil plans of hopping in here and trying to drop off over here. That would be very evil plans indeed. I don't think it would end up working out well. Interestingly, Max got swapped off for Kindle, while Sami is still Sami. Hey. Okay, we hop into the black boat. Okay. I don't like this move. That is just giving an infantry away because this is a Kindle infantry and it can strike you from the airport. This is what was I gonna say? It's probably the best place to put the infantry. While you would like to go here, so you're threatening to go for capture the airport next turn, they can just block you off with the black boat, and you have to walk over here and then you can't make it to any of the properties. So this movement ensures that you're going to make it to the airport in 2 turns. If they don't block you, you can just step to here and then to the airport. If they do move over and block you, you can step to here and then to the airport. It still wouldn't have been worth it if they were max, but it's just really, really not worth it if they're Kindle. Yeah, we got 4-8 trade. And then this infantry should move over here probably, like so. And we have a tank built as well. And I didn't notice we had a recon built down here. So we'll see what the recon's able to do. But it's going to have a hard time against this tank. Yeah, time to just run away. And you can see that it kind of slows down both players' capture phases a little bit for this island. But it's not so bad for Marlow. This takes 3 turns to capture like the city, and then it'll heal up to 10 after it finishes its capture. The 4 health infantry, it is a Sami one, but it's still going to take 4 turns to capture a city, and then it'll still only heal up to 6. And it's also slowing down a lot of captures because it's not anywhere near something I can capture safely. The CO choices were discussed. Sami's not going to be great because this is base light, but you can lean on the fact that you have Kindle as your other CO to try and make up for the day-to-day, and then maybe you can get to like a Sami super later on to try and win. Where max Kindle, you can kind of switch in between which one. I would definitely say max Kindle is going to be stronger. Just for the base light functionality, they're going to have much more effective vehicles and make better use of the airport. The Sami start tilted you very much. I mean, if your opponent drops off their infantry and then you get to hit it like that, you're very happy. It's going to end up costing them a lot to do that. Ooh, and then the recon follows it up. Tank is not guarding this recon, but the recon will survive. I like this trapping the tank in to make sure it kills off this recon. Ooh. I think there was a chance that recon could have lived for sure. Yeah, join cap for the airport. It makes sense. Again, you don't want to put your infantry here. You want to put your infantry here. You need to have 2 different avenues to make it onto this island. If you just go here, then they just don't move the black boat, and then you're out of luck. Also, if you go here, you also block this black boat from trying to block the harbor. Why it makes sense to join cap? No, you're right. You don't need to join cap. I was thinking this could be hit. It can't be hit. Okay, so yeah. Cert is making a good point here. Let's go back to the... There we go. Okay. Join cap there. So you don't need to join cap here. You can instead just move this infantry off and start capping. First, what I would do though is I would strike the no, even if the recon's at 1, it can't stop you. Yeah. So you can just move the infantry off and start capping. You'll get the airport in the same amount of same number of turns, and that way you still have another unit. If there was something that could hit you, then join capping makes a little more sense. But yeah, if there's nothing that can hit you, then you don't need to join cap. Just because being at the 9 capture instead of the 10 capture doesn't speed it up any faster. Okay. Apparently Blobby and Hawke 2014 were foes in this game. Ooh, this tank did not move at all, which is definitely a little weird. And then Jones switches to Sami. I'm assuming that's so you can still get this capture if this gets hit. I would have preferred to stay as Kindle, and then you can put the tank on the city to just have some more pressure. You can put the tank on that city if you wanted. Okay, so Marlow's making sure to get a very nice dominance on this island. Something that can be very effective when trying to fight over this is getting an artillery. Because it is very choky. And the artillery will be able to push back your opponent. Especially if you have the Blackbird available as a blocker. Look like Marlow decided to go for a recon of their own. Jones is dumb. Jones has 22k in the bank. So we can go for some triple buys, including a copter. Okay, we can swap back to Kindle. I guess the one turn is Sami sped up this capture just enough. So now it's ready to be captured. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Marlow can hit this, and definitely should hit this to stop the capture from going through. We have the anti-air in response to the copter. Go for the comm tower. We have a tank moving into the center. Again, the center pressure isn't that important on this map. You need a lot to actually get much progress done. Okay, so the only thing I would change here from Marlow is to go to this tile in particular and kill off this infantry before I can get the capture next turn. The counter hit that you take from this tank isn't that big of a deal because this forest is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even if the forest wasn't there, you're actually blocking the access to the city that Jones would need in order to hit you from there. And then you're also covering yourself very nicely with a tank and copter anyway. Hey, Saltor. Right. I do like this. You can notice no pressure being put in this area with infantry. It's much stronger to fight over here for the island. Here comes the copter moving out into the middle, just out of range of the anti-air, as is important. And then these tanks are to back up. Anti-air has to be built to deal with the copter. You can see the pressure that this one base is put under when it has to fight one base and an airport. The tanks can fight the tanks, and the tanks, like this base and airport, tanks and battlecopters are going to be strong against tanks, and then the tanks are strong against the anti-airs. So it puts this base in a lot of trouble for what it has to produce. Anytime that this side, the base and airport side, can trade one copter for an anti-air, it benefits the two production facilities a lot, because this one can continue building tanks, which will answer any anti-airs that are built, but the anti-airs still have to get built in order to deal with the other copters that are around. So it's really important to try and preserve the anti-airs as much as possible from your one base to not just get overwhelmed. If you were blue... Oops. Whoa, hello. I think I missed that. You'd sit in AA on the HQ and trap the tank. What you were saying is you would go AA here, infantry, infantry, then build a tank. Yeah, I don't like this tank diving in so deep here. Pretty much anytime you dive into range of the base, you're opening yourself up to being tacticked to death. So yeah, this is almost vulnerable. No, it is vulnerable. It is vulnerable to being trapped in with infantry. You can do recon, you can do anti-air, whatever you want on the HQ. And then the copter would be able to free the tank, but it would be putting the copter in range of the anti-air. So yeah, very dangerous to dive in, especially when there's no actual backup to this tank. You're not like diving in and then hitting something and having stuff start other captures to put a lot of pressure on your opponent. They just have a tank they can deal with. Here comes the copter. This is a very annoying spot for the copter because it's threatening both the units over here and the cities to be captured on this little island, which can put a lot of pressure on this anti-air. And we do have a nice surround on the tank. Okay, and then the tank is bought, and that's why you don't dive in there. Okay, so the copter being here can kind of force an anti-air in two different places for a single copter, although you're going to want to have to build more anti-airs anyway because, well, as you can see, once the airports start building copters on this map, they kind of don't stop. It's a very base-light mentality. You can also try and save up a little money on this map to always have a stealth threatened. There we go. We can... Oh, well, okay. So yeah, the copter is able to free the tank. Now the tank can actually hit the anti-air in this case, but either way the tank's gonna die. Yeah. So if the anti-air wasn't able to be hit by the tank, or even having it on the HQ could be good, or you can have it just on one of these cities, like nice and safe. Okay, so the tank still dies in this case, and the copter gets hit, so I don't think this is going to be a very great trade in comparison to just losing the tank. But injuring the anti-air could matter. I would probably have this copter hit from here instead to force another anti-air by. Marlow's shutting off the island, as you want to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is not going to happen. You have the copter strike. It lives at 5. Not bad. And then over here, an anti-air doesn't actually cover this capture. The copter can always fly over here and hit from the top. Yeah, and you can see how much pressure gets put on this one base. There's a lot of responsibility put on this single anti-air. If it ever gets traded... Hey, Starbright. If it ever gets traded for a single copter, then you get put in a lot of trouble, as then all the other copters have no counter. I would not have my recon hit the copter, although 2 for 2, 2 health for 2 health is not a bad trade. You could... oops. Yes, you can trap the copter. You could go infantry, like recon, anti-air. Make sure to finish it off. Anti-air definitely probably should hit from the planes so that it takes less damage in retaliation. Yeah, you can also trap the copter. So Jones does see the strike up here. Actually takes... Well, this is the second retaliation shot, so that makes sense. Does take the chip damage. We have the infantry staring down the tanks. And then the tanks right behind it. This is kind of dangerous to do. You don't need to have your vehicles right behind your wall. And the reason why The reason why it's dangerous is because this isn't what I commonly call a real wall. The copter plus tank can break this. Now there isn't an infantry in range, so it's probably fine. Only a single tank would get through. If there was like an infantry over here and they could go copter infantry and then tank plus copter could swarm over you, then that could be a problem. You really wanted to win by HQ cap. Oh no. Oh, that's true. Max is 30% firepower, so the tanks will just one-shot the infantry on the shoals anyway. Okay, so we have the copter coming over here to help out. And then some infantry threatening in the middle. With some follow-up of the tank. It's very good to heal up the anti-air. And then nothing moved over here. Okay. Well, I don't think Jones can quite do it. But there's almost a breakthrough to kill off this copter. The artillery is not in range, and I think he would take one more tank. But what you can do in this kind of situation against like Kindle or Sonja is you can sacrifice your infantry into this tank because it hits back at plus 40% firepower. You can sacrifice infantry into it and then pop the Urban Blight after you've knocked a hit point off of it, and then have your tank potentially get the kill. And then if you had one more tank, you go tank, kills this. Or actually, I guess tank anti-air can probably kill this. Maybe. And then anti-air come over and kill off this copter. Okay, this guy needs to get out of there. It's not worth sacrificing a copter in order to stop this capture. You had no clue how to deal with the bottom right. It's tricky. Usually you're going to want to bring an artillery down here and use artillery to break it. You were very hurt when they killed the top left infantry. It's an entire copter to get that infantry, so it's not really worth it. You just send this guy up. Be happy. Okay. So Jones is actually getting, potentially, this island, which is a big deal. Whoa, straight into bomber. Yeah, the bomber doesn't have any super nice targets, but it does put a lot of pressure on Marlow. Okay. Well, this artillery doesn't have to just stand here. It can do other things with its life. You can move it forward if you want to threaten the tank. You can move it over here if you want to threaten the tank in the city. You can move it down here. It's important to note that copters cost more than artillery. Isn't it delaying like 7k? Let's see. So it would have captured next turn instead of capturing 1, 2, 3 turns. That takes 3 turns on this. This only takes 2. I think it's capturing like 6, delaying like 6k for a 9k unit. You wanted to go in so bad. I think there was a break-in this way. Ooh. I like the copter block. This is a weird move. So there wasn't any change in the potential to actually break these units. Because this copter wasn't actually threatening to hit from the side here or here. It is an 8.1k unit, that's true. So I imagine an infantry's going to come over here and stop this capture. The turn ends, immediate urban blight. Which we'll see what that ends up doing. So far, nothing. I mean, it did damage this copter in some units. Little scoot forward. It's a little dangerous. There are some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's some breakthrough opportunities to get at this artillery. There's a lot of units, and attacking the base range isn't super great. So I don't like that urban blight. I guess it delays this capture, and it does delay this capture, but you can actually go in on that capture. Why the replay viewer is not used anymore? Oh, I still use the replay viewer, I just can't use it for these games because the replay viewer doesn't have the tile set. If I was to do this in the replay viewer, it would just look like a normal game. Okay. So Marlow does see a breakthrough here. Because with copter, and then I assume tanks go after the artillery. Hit that with an infantry. Going for these captures. It's always dangerous to dive into... I don't know why you put the tank there. That seems like an awful place to put a tank. But it is always dangerous to dive in to the base range. So we'll see how well this works. Okay, blocking it does make it a lot better. Kill off that infantry. Everything's just diving in over here. This is where having urban blight would have been very nice for Jones to hurt this tank and then get a nice strike from there. So a very strong attack from Marlow. It definitely seems like Marlow did not appreciate that copter interrupting the captures and is investing heavily in trying to end it in the harassment. The real battle of the game was the top left corner. So what's happening, I think, is that you can't just have one anti-air defending here because of the bomber. So there has to be an anti-air defending against another anti-air. I don't think it even works though, right? Oh, no, okay. This copter can't hit this copter, so it's okay. Otherwise you could have like bomber and then the copter just sits here anyway. Can I give some Eagle tips? Eagle likes to build up units. Okay, in goes the bomber. Finds this anti-air kill. Very nice. These anti-airs kill off some copters. We have an interrupt on the capture. There's some nice tank strikes. And Jones has enough money to get some pricey units like a Neo-Tank, for instance, that will actually cover all of these tanks. And there we go. We do have the Neo-Tank built. Marlow is going to get 2 cities flipped off of this, though. Very, very scary to have the bomber in place right now. Copters proving to be very annoying. Blue's copter could clear the 3 HP copter, yeah. This copter would have to kill this one first. We have the Max Blast, which is going to bring this copter into this fight to go after some of these tanks. So Max's goal here in this fight, I assume, is not going to be run away. It's going to be to kill off the anti-airs and then have the copters kind of wreak havoc. Okay, well, so far, went after a tank instead. Did go after one of the anti-airs. This guy really should have hit this one. Does go after the tanks. Yeah. So the only thing to change there is to have this tank hit this anti-air instead. And then potentially have this tank find a way to hit this anti-air as well. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Ooh. So this bomber is gonna go down because tank plus copter can kill this tank, and then the anti-air hits the bomber. Never mind. Bombers. Whew. Bomber barely dodged that one. The tank itself could have just done it. Oh my gosh. That bomber was very lucky. Okay, switched from Max over to Kindle, ready to use the Kindle powers on the following turn. Jones, immediate Kindle power. You have the Neo tank busting on through here. Kills a tank. Kill another copter. Recon comes in, does some nice damage. Infantry breakthrough. This bomber does not have any nice targets right now. It's a lot being dedicated into trying to stop this. Bomber goes after the black boat. Rest in peace, black boat. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it looks like I assume with Urban Blight you're not quite able to kill off this infantry, otherwise the anti-air can make it to the bomber. I guess we'll find out. No, never mind. There's this copter right here, so yeah. Marlow can kill off the bomber this turn as well. Down goes the anti-air, very nice. Okay, well, once you take out the anti-air, the copter can do whatever it wants over here. It probably doesn't want to go after the recon. Going down to hit this tank, going down here to finish off this artillery. These are both the kind of things you'd want to do with your copter. We have a bomber. Makes sense in response to this Neo tank. Never mind, we go after and finish off this copter. Well, now I don't think it's possible to kill the bomber. The way that the bomber would have died is this copter goes and does anything, really. You go hit this infantry, it just needs to not be here. And that lets this anti-air come in and kill this infantry on the shoals, and then this copter plus this tank guaranteed kill this 7 health infantry on the city, and then this anti-air can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and hit the bomber. That's not what happened. There is a very strong infantry attack on this HQ. If the players were swapped right now, then then I would say that Marlow would be in an almost game-ending position. I guess Jones has the potential to swap into Sami. If Jones had swapped, instead of staying as Kindle at the start of this turn, or at the end of the turn, swapping into Sami to gain a lot of power from all of these combats. Not a lot of power, but a pretty good, decent chunk of power. Could potentially threaten to get the victory march this turn, and then Bomber can clear the way for the infantry to make it to the HQ. Oh. For some reason, it doesn't have the action stored for this turn. So let's... Bomber just takes a step down to make it so it can't be hit by an anti-air. We have tank hits anti-air. We have copter hits copter. Oh, we had another Urban Blight used. Does stop this capture even more. And then we have the Neo Tank hits a tank. Doesn't actually kill it, which is pretty surprising. Anti-air. This anti-air came over and hit this infantry. Help out defending against this bomber. And the infantry just moved on down here. So not a ton of attacks. And then stayed Kindle. This is another case where I think you'd have to swap into Sami, because down 7 units at the end of your turn. It's time to try and get this game-ending capture on the HQ. And you can see if you still have your power active with your front CO, you don't gain any power from these engagements. But if you swap, then you lose your plus 10% or your plus 10 plus 10 stats, but you'll gain power from the engagements. You think people just don't know that you don't gain the power for the secondary when the primary has the power triggered? That is very possible for what's going on here. We have an Urban Blight triggered. The powers just be stacking. Now all these infantry sadly do go down, which will be the end of HQ threats for now. Infantry breaks through. In comes the bomber, threatening to take out this poor innocent Neo Tank. Infantry surround the Neo Tank. We have another copter built. This is kind of the standard build to just overwhelm an opponent, is copter plus tanks. Yeah, you don't get any charge if the front CO has used the power. That Neo Tank is not poor nor innocent. Neo Tank run away. Hit the tank. It's in range of the bomber. Rest in peace. Take out the copter. Okay, it's looking like Marlow is going to be able to just HQ cap Jones here. Bomber does come in as reinforcements. Fortunately for Jones, there's no infantry over here to go for any of these captures. You have the bomber kill. I guess it's just infantry over here at this point. There's no tanks. So the bomber can't afford to just go kill the Neo Tank. It has to kill off the anti-air. Okay, and just lots of infantry. The anti-air and the copters are chasing down the retreating Jones units from the island. We have the fighter built in response to the bomber. In comes a tank to help out. Camping on top of the airport. You don't need to camp on top of this airport. If you're Marlow, you're kind of opening yourself up to being hit by Urban Blight. You can, I mean, if you have 2 anti-airs next to an airport, you kind of want them to build an air unit. Might as well let them blunder one out. Okay, and then Jones goes in here, kill off this infantry. He starts wrapping around. Neo tank hits the copter, coming to free the airport. Bomber finds its mark over there, which is unfortunately going to get taken out by this anti-air when Max uses the power. And Jones just resigns. I think that is pretty fair. The this area was looking like it was going to fall, and this island was kind of taken over. Still had equal income though, which is pretty impressive. The top left corner will be yours. So yeah, I would say in the future you definitely have to, if you're using like Sami as your off CO with the idea that, well, her super is going to like win the game for me in the end, you do have to swap to her for at least some turns to get, so you don't deny yourself all that charge. Because there was definitely some moments where the HQ would have been capturable if the victory march was at least close to being obtainable. GG. It's a pretty tricky map. You can kind of see how all of the fights really just were about these islands, and the center attacks were more in support of these. And then making sure that you can check to see if your opponent can easily get surrounds on you, and checking if you're getting your units placed in range of opponents that can boost movement. Thank God for Max Blast. Max Blast is very strong. And also, if you're fighting people like Kindle or Lash or Sonja, then checking to see if you have nice sacrificial plays to break through walls that your opponent's not prepared for you to break through can be really good. But that was the submitted game for round 2 of Quack Cup 2. GG. And now I'll switch over to the replay viewer. Yeah, I can see the Kindle Sami pair making sense if you're like Kindle's hip hoppity get off those properties, and Sami's like, now that you're not on those properties, I take your properties. I could see that being the strategy there. Hey. This is the Go7 game. We were very committed to not losing via Victory March. That's a fair goal. Victory March is tricky. Yeah, 5 base high funds. So we've seen a few games on this map before. This is Overflow. This is Quack Cup 1, round 3? Round 2? Is this just round 2 of Quack Cup 1? Did we literally lap Quack Cups there? If so, that's... Let me check real quick. This is Quack Cup round 2. Quack Cup 1 round 2. And we just saw Quack Cup 2 round 2. Literally lapping tournaments there. So we've seen this this map a few times, and most notably, we've seen that the base is pretty easy to take out, or not the base, the lab's pretty easy to take out because the 4 of the 5 bases send their vehicles up, and then there's like a whole bunch of forests and rivers to go around to make it down to defend your own lab in comparison to just attacking your opponent's lab. And there's just one base over here that moves out to the lab. So it's 1 base versus 4 if you're dealing with vehicles. Which, what tier is this? Is this tier 3 high funds, I think? So that means it's very easy normally to take out the labs, just because 4 bases can very easily outproduce 1 base. And we normally see Andy and Kindle as I think the 2 top picks for this map to try and get these wins, because you use your 4 bases to just overwhelm the lab and win. And or harass all the infantry that come over here, because you can see the infantry can walk over the rivers, and then they don't have the vehicles needed to actually protect them. But I chose to play as Sami, and there's 2 reasons for this. One is Sami from this airport gets a transport copter to both of these islands a turn faster than the opponent. So that means that Sami's guaranteed to make it to both of these. Like, if I build a transport copter at the same time that my opponent does, I can move towards one island, build another transport copter, and then the island I'm moving towards, I'm guaranteed to beat my opponent to in a race. And then, if my opponent goes towards the other island, I will still beat them there. So I chose Sami because I wanted both of these islands to have a nice 4 property lead. Kindle would be really strong because on these islands and on these contested double cities here, she's going to have a very easy time clearing them, just because she gets to hit from a city onto a city. I did consider Andy, but the other thing about Sami is I figured that Sami with a fast airport and then some early APCs that make it around the river to then pick up from these bases directly is going to have a much easier time actually holding this lab, because normally you have 1 base versus 4 bases and then you lose your lab. But since Sami can just make a ton of mechs and then transport them all down here, she can kind of decide to go 5, well, she can decide to go like 5 bases here if she wants, or she can go like 2 bases here, 3 bases here. She can be very flexible with how she's exerting the pressure on her bases if she's got the transportation plus mech capability, assuming she has enough mechs. And something you'll see me do in this game is, because Sami has faster transports and mechs, and Sami mechs are very scary, especially because this is double comm power for both players, and that unlocks some nice one-hit KOs for Sami and her mechs. She can very rapidly reinforce anywhere on this front that kind of goes diagonally along the map. So you're going to see a point where I have like nothing in the center, and then Cerberus's left head is going to try and push for one of these cities, and then suddenly in just 1 turn I'm going to have an entire force there to contest it. And that's just because of how flexible this normally inflexible setup is for Sami when using a lot of transports and making use of a lot of the mech production. The other thing you're going to see me do a lot is build a lot of fighters. I don't think there's going to be a single turn that this airport is not going to be producing a unit. And the really nice thing about fighters is that it puts pressure on my opponent to also build fighters. Otherwise, I can just dominate the air game. And assuming I have all of these, like both of these corner islands, I'm going to have more money than my opponent. I can use those fighters to help defend these islands, and I can use the fighters to get myself to my super by having the fighters go for negative negative tax, like fighter kills battlecopter, I lose fighter. It's like, sure, it's a unit for a unit, but I'm making more money. I can afford to make the exchange. I'm building a lot of mechs anyway. It just means I can afford my fighters much more easily than my opponent. And it means I'm losing a unit that gives me a lot of charge that doesn't weaken my super at all. Yeah, Saltor is Cerberus' left head. So that's something you're going to see me do. And then the number of comm towers available. This comm tower is very easy for Sami to take from the opponent. And then once you have 3 comm towers as Sami, you get a whole bunch of like one-shots on vehicles with your mechs. There's going to be some things that are going to help me out in this regard. There's a few choices for how to open up with the captures here. If I wasn't Sami, I would probably have this infantry move here to get this base earlier, because it's the lone base against 4 bases, and I'd like it to start producing some vehicles to hold down this front. But as Sami, I would much rather just take both of these bases and then after finishing the capture go for this base and this base. And the reason for that is, if I step by this base, then the infantry that I produce right here will now have to go capture this base, and I don't want this infantry to do that. I want this infantry to go for the airport instead, so that I can start producing transport copters ASAP. But if I wasn't playing Sami, then there would be some serious considerations of going for this base as soon as possible instead. Now, my opponent kind of mimics my opening here, and I was like, well, that's really good news for me, because I'm going to be doing a Sami opening that is going to make use of the extra movement I get on my transports. So if my opponent is just doing the same thing that I'm doing and doing a transport opening, then I'm going to be just better off in every regard, pretty much. Because the first thing usually when you're fighting against Sami that you need to do is have a lot of harassment on the capturing infantry. Not necessarily that you stop the captures, but that you start killing off the infantry. And so you can see here that Cerberus' left head also goes for an APC opener, but there's a big difference between our 2 APC openers. This one, for me, it's showing me non-Sami movement. Okay, so you can see that this APC can make it to here and then drop off an infantry, so for like here, and that infantry doesn't make it to this city. But for Sami, you instead make it to here, and you can drop off in the forest, and then you're already going for a capture a turn earlier. So this is really good for me if we're going to be in a transport game one-on-one, because I have, of course, better transports, and it means I'm not going to be having my infantry harassed so much. So there we go. I need to save my money. I could have built an APC. Arguably, I should have built an APC this turn. I think I wanted to build it next turn alongside with a transport copter. But I probably could have gotten away with building another one here. What's with people always mirroring my moves? I don't know, Saltor, I don't know if you actually were mirroring my moves or if you had your own thing planned out. But people tend to, when there's a rating difference between the players, it's very common that the lower rated player is going to just copy what the higher rated player is doing, because they're probably doing something better. Okay, so Cerberus' left head has a different opening here with the APC. You can see it spends a whole turn getting to a position so it can get to the same spot that my APC got to in a single turn. And then I don't really want my APC to stick around over here. I really want it to get to the other side of these rivers so I can accelerate my other captures. Yeah, so I wanted to boost here so I could go for this city in a turn. And here we got our first transport copter. I think I decided that this transport copter is going to go and rush this island cities, these island cities. And then, yeah, the APC is making a long journey to make it to the other side of the rivers. You see here, Cerberus' left head / Saltor. So you had your own move plan transport opening. Yeah. It's just an unfortunate CO matchup for you there. So this is like almost the exact same. This is the exact same. We have some different decisions on how we moved our infantry out here, and you didn't boost an infantry across to go for this capture, and then for the comm tower, which is fine. But so far for vehicle buys have been exactly the same, which is really, really good for Sami. Because all of these are just stronger for Sami. And yeah, I'm going for these central cities. Build another transport copter. It never ends. And now at this point, I'm threatening a whole bunch of different captures I can go for. This guy can hop into this APC, and I can drop it off way down here. This guy, when this guy hops into this APC, you can see I'm already potentially threatening to go for Saltor's own cities if Saltor doesn't do anything. Not that I really want to do anything like that, because I want to preserve my infantry for as long as I can. And you can see I have my transport copter heading down here. And now, regardless of which way this transport copter goes, it's not going to be able to make it to either of these islands. So at this point, Saltor really needs to start building battlecopters to try and harass my islands. But as soon as battlecopters start being built, I'm going to start building fighters to try and maintain control. And also, if I can get my opponent in a fighter war against me, then the ground combat is going to be like light vehicles and infantry combat, which is something I'll be able to handle with my mechs and just infantry swarms in general. Because once I have double comm tower with double time, my mechs will just one-shot infantry, and with victory march and double comm tower, my infantry will just one-shot infantry on roads and shoals. And once I have triple comm tower, which is something I can get with victory march, then I think my infantry have a chance, might even be a good chance, I don't remember, of one-shotting infantry on the plains, which will suddenly put a ton of pressure on my opponent. Because if I capture a bunch of cities and then have all of my many Sami foot soldiers just kill off all of their infantry, then they're going to have a heck of a time coming back when down like 20k or something like that. So yeah, instead of these transports, the normal opening you'd have against Sami is a bunch of recons and force Sami to have to deal with all that nonsense. You can see this transport copter is trying to make it over here. It's not going to get even close to making it to this island before I get there. I'm going to beat it by 2 turns. Another thing to keep in mind is with double comm tower for Sami, especially against Kindle, medium tanks on these cities become very vulnerable to mech sacrifice and then neo-tank follow-up, potentially even killing a medium tank on a city with a single tile available, which gives a lot of pressure for Sami. And you can see I'm going to start building a bunch of anti-airs because I want to control the area around these islands. I'm gonna sneak out one more transport copter before I start building my fighters. Yeah, you can see just how spread out I am, and I am already threatening to go for this contested double city area, which is something I can like capture, but I will have a heck of a time actually holding against Kindle. Okay. Here Saltor is going for these somewhat contested, not really contested, central cities that are on either side of the dividing line. It's very hard to take these cities, as you'll see, and we have the copters moving down here to put pressure. Saltor seeing that I'm going for this island, and it's you have to use copters to break this, because if an infantry is on this 2-tile island, you can't drop another infantry off to fight it. It's because the copter would take up one spot, and then the infantry takes up another spot, and there's nowhere to drop off. So it's really annoying to take these islands from someone who already owns them. And now I'm in place to take this island next. This island is being captured, and I think I build a fighter this turn. Yeah, there we go. So the idea of the fighters, of course, is to fight off these battle copters, potentially dive in on kill off these transport copters, so even if my infantry does get killed off, it's not so easy to get something on the island. But also, this is the unit I want to have die/fight for me, because as long as the fighter's trading out with another air unit, I'm keeping the air unit count about the same, and it's a way for me to actually gain charge. Because most of my ground forces are going to be really cheap units and then neo-tanks, and I don't want the neo-tanks to die, because they've got a very important job, which is to actually be able to fight off the heavier teched up units that my opponent might go for. And I don't really want to lose infantry and mechs to gain charge, because, well, those are the units that I actually boost with my powers. So I needed a unit that's really fast, can force fights, can trade out pretty nicely, and give me a lot of charge. So I can actually get to my super, which is, as you might know for Sami, is very expensive. And also, it's important for me to actually make it to my normal power really fast, so that I can now threaten the double time strikes. Yeah, if you could delete units for power, that would be absolutely broken. And yeah, also for my vehicles, once I have double comm tower, it's like I'm a normal CO with normal comm tower, which means when I activate powers, I can now actually clear same type units off cities. You can see, just because of how far away these islands are, it takes 1, 2, 3, 4 turns for T-copters and battle copters to make it to these islands. For Sami, it only takes 3 turns, and it only takes 2 turns for a fighter. So I have a lot of time to respond to the battle copters being built, and a lot of time to respond to the transport copters coming over here. This APC is now over here to actually take these 2 cities. And you can see my opponent, Saltor, is forced to build a fighter to counter my fighter, because if we're looking at where you're going to be fighting, there are tiles that you'll be able to strike from, like over the city or on these ocean tiles, that anti-air will not be able to hit you from. So you kind of have to build a fighter to answer the other fighter if you want to fight over these corners. It's going to be very good for me, because if I have both of these corners first, as I'm set up to get, I'm going to be potentially up 8k over Saltor. So I'll have a much easier time affording my fighters, and on the ground forces, I have much cheaper units, because I'll just have a bunch of mechs. Currently, I don't have any mechs, But don't worry, that will change. If it's just infantry versus infantry, then I've always got some very nice threats. There we go, we have another fighter. I move in here because I see that Saltor is, of course, threatening a 2-hit KO on my capturing infantry, so I just make my APC come in here to take up one of those spots. And then over here, I could try and go for this city, of course, but Saltor would be able to kill me off hitting from the city, hitting from the plains. So I'd much rather to invite the 2-hit KO over here while I have an anti-air, the tank, and follow-up infantry to easily win out that fight, especially because, unlike me, Saltor's going to have a harder time reinforcing this lab area, where, as you can see, this is the same movement range that a mech has. So it hops into the transport copter, goes all the way down here, gets dropped off on these mountains. So it's a very, very fast reinforcement speed for Sami. It is a 75 unit cap. Yeah. I spent a long time thinking about this capture because I wasn't sure if it was worth losing the infantry to get this capture. But then I figured that because of this anti-air's presence, it's probably fine for me to lose this infantry. I think I'll be able to hold the city. There is a really annoying APC block. I think Saltor might be able to take this from me, but they have to, like, infantry hits here, this infantry goes here, kill me off, and then this infantry starts capturing, and then this APC blocks here, or the battlecopter could strike, but that would leave it open to being hit by my fighter. And then the transport copter can get in on the blocking. So you'll see I'm trying to move a whole bunch of infantry over here to get as many angles of attack on the city as possible without leaving myself a little too exposed. Okay, and here we go. We have double mech built. The transports they're on their way to come meet them. So now Saltor has the double comm tower, so it would be able to clear anything off cities. And here does kill off the infantry, but doesn't decide to go for the APC block and the infantry start the capture. Which means, to me, guarantees that I'll be able to hold the city. It makes it much more worth it that I actually lost the infantry there. And yeah, you can see this one base when you're using vehicles. It's the only thing that can reinforce over here. And it still takes them quite a while. It takes 1, 2, 3 turns to get up to defending this area. And then we have the first medium tank built of the match, and a transport copter, but no fighter or battlecopter built from this airport. So this transport copter's idea is to go up here with this battlecopter to take this corner from me. Right. I went for this city first so that when there's more pressure being put on me, I can be sitting on the city instead of having it open to being struck from. Yeah, I'm gonna interrupt this capture because it's out of range of the tank or the battlecopter supporting it. Come on back from my mech friend. And we'll have a mech lined up to hop in here. I have a bomber built. I built this bomber so that I could kill off this medium tank effectively, but also so I could clear the way to this comm tower, and it's another unit that I don't really care about losing. And since I'm up in the fighter count, I have 2 fighters against 1. I figure I can get away with building it. I do know that it's kind of be something that I have to babysit for a really long time, so that fighter can't just dive in on it. But I do have plans of taking this comm tower with the Victory March, and I imagine there's going to be something on it that I'm going to have to use Bomber plus Mech to clear. And we bring another anti-air over here, and of course, some more mechs. Okay, I don't have my fighter. The fighter sadly can't hit the transport copter from over here. So I just move here. It does threaten to kill this battle copter if it hits my infantry. There isn't enough charge for Urban Blight. So if this battle copter does go in here, I won't lose my infantry, and I'll just be able to kill off the battlecopter for free because the anti-air won't be able to guard anymore. Okay. And I was looking through a whole bunch of different attacks I can do over here, and I was getting really annoyed because this transport copter can block me off effectively, fairly effectively. So I'm just going to send an infantry in here to hit it, so that in the future, if it tries to be used as a wall, I can very easily clear it. But it will cost me my infantry to do so. But it's worth it, because this, as you can see, there's some pretty narrow sections here, and I really don't want to have to deal with stuff I can't block, or can't break through effectively. With my infantry and mechs. Okay, ABC moves back. Anti-air goes on the city and hits me, which is also fine for me because it's gonna be another turn that something can't be capturing my city. You can see these units are trying to. Now, normally this would be very overwhelming for the lab to deal with all 4 of these bases and a whole bunch of infantry like marching on over here, but it's something I'm going to be able to hold off pretty easily as Sami, just because I can actually use all of my bases to defend a specific spot. I did bully all of your transports, yeah. I also didn't like how the APC was being a very effective blocker, so you'll see me dive in on that APC to be like, get out of here. I get this city. Now I'm going to get this city. Load in our mechs to our transports, and of course they'll get deployed very quickly. And over here there's nothing to do with the fighter, and my opponent's nowhere close to Urban Blight, so I'll just block this city off with my fighter, and then I can take a fairly defensive posture while setting myself up to... This must have been just a movement thing. I sadly can't quite get my mech there. I learned from playing Advanced Wars 1 single player. Yeah. The AI knew it was onto. So yeah. Here you can see I'm going to go for a transport copter. Potentially I should have gone for another fighter here, but I want 1 more transport for how many mechs I want to build. And my opponent is just now evened up on me on fighter count. Debatably, I should have built another fighter, though. But instead, I go for double Neo-Tank, triple mech transport copter. And I want to go for the Neo-Tanks because while my transports are going to be able to get my mechs to the front lines very quickly, it's still going to be really difficult to front shift with mechs, so I need something that can strike a front very nicely or very quickly, and that's where Neo-Tanks are going to come into play. They also are very effective against medium tanks and straight up brawls, and with mech sacrifices I can always clear a city if I need to. And then here, Saltor is like, I don't want a repeat of what happens over here, and sends in the copter to hit my infantry, and it's going to have, I think, a fighter covering against my own fighter. Yeah. Well, yeah. So here I have a problem where I can either delete my infantry and then hit the battlecopter from there, which I don't want to do, or I can just hit the battlecopter and invite the fighter to hit my fighter, which I'm actually really happy about because I want to get to threatening the double time. See the APC sitting on the city, trying to get in my way. Then we have artillery, Neo tank. So the artillery are going to prove to be somewhat annoying for me to deal with, but when I see them here, I'm pretty happy because so far everything that's being built is rather slow. So I should be able to outmaneuver pretty much everything. We start also having some recons being built here. So I think early Neo is generally good for Sami and Fog. I don't think I've ever tried early Neo. I have tried to go like lots of medium tanks and infantry, and that didn't work out at all. How do you fight the endless Sami mech spam on this map? Well, usually you can try and keep Sami down earlier on with more recons. You can tech up to like mega tanks and stuff. The medium tanks aren't going to be quite as effective against the mechs as you would normally expect them to be, though. I mean, if you can get to the point where you just have more heavy vehicles than I would have mechs, then I would be in trouble. But as long as I can keep a huge investment of resources in this airport, then my mechs are going to have a really nice time in its matchups. So just lots and lots of setting up these mech transport plays. And now we're going back into the fighter production. And the mech count's starting to build up. Next turn it'll double from 3 to 6, and then it's going to be a very, very difficult force for Saltor to ever attack into. And yeah, you have the general plan here. Fighter, Neo tank, mechs is the plan. I currently have a 4K income lead. If I get this capture, I'll be at a 6K income lead. If I get this one, I'll be at an 8K income lead. So yeah, you can see I was really happy. Saltor, I think, gets a good a good roll here, but I was really happy to be so close to a double time because that increases the threat range of my mechs by 50%, regardless if I'm using it or not. I just now have something. Saltor constantly has to keep in mind that my mechs at any time could get +1 movement range and extra firepower. Regardless of whether or not I use it. It's just something that has to constantly be threaded. That's just being constantly threatened. So here you can see that Saltor is like, oh, I can start capturing the city. I have the recon and a bunch of infantry backing this up. And I just have like 3 infantry in range in comparison to 6 infantry in a recon. But this is where the flexibility of these kind of central bases with transport copters will come into play. And then over here, the mechs are pushing Saltor back, combined with a bomber and anti-air and a fighter. And here come the many artilleries and the medium tank. And we are now fully engaged in the fighter wars. Yeah, I mean, it's... You pretty much have to go for that strike. It's just... My fighters are there so that they get... As you can see, my fighters are there so that I can get my power. I'm going to break through here. Or kill off this infantry. We're just going to bring in a whole bunch of boys. Now I have the triple mech in range, because of course I always have. These guys can fight even without the double time, but I have the double time available. So it is constantly being threatened, and I'm just going to back off over here a bit until my Neo tanks can get involved. And now I get to go capture this city, because I've got the bomber, I'm going to have a Neo tank, I've got a bunch of mechs. Like so. And normally this front is not going to be quite so well stocked. This is purely because I'm Sami going transport heavy, that I can have a major push coming from this front against the 4 base of Saltor here. So this is kind of mixing up the map dynamic quite a bit there. I'm actually a lot weaker on my own 4 base side, because these bases they were just funneling straight down here. So at this point, I'm at 28 infantry and 13 mechs against 32 infantry, so I'm up in the foot soldier count, which is really good for me, because that means I'll have enough foot soldiers to potentially one-shot a whole bunch of Saltors and also get some captures. The mech count is going to explode. So, Saltor is like, nah, I will not let you just take my city. And because I'm Sami, you do have to go in with more than just... You can't just send 1 infantry in to delay the capture, because Sami just says, that's nice, and then finishes the capture with the extra capture bonus. You do have to send in more stuff. And then this strike, it's probably a mistake, because anytime I've got low health infantry, those can be used as sacrifices to break through walls. I don't think I do so in this case, but it's something that's going to come up later on. It's just low health infantry. And also the APCs are being very annoying, being used as walls. You saw that 2 HP sack into AA right after ending the turn. Oh no. So I guess I do use it as a sacrifice. And yeah, there's no battle copter over here yet, so this guy can just kind of sit here and capture his city completely behind enemy lines, like one does. So we have the medium tanks getting pumped out here, but I actually have 2 Neo tanks and a bomber down here, so the medium tank count isn't really worrying me. I go in here, I'm going to hit this APC so it can't be used as a blocker anymore. And I'm going to go in here. I think this might be a mistake to use my anti-air here, but it's okay. I figured it would be worth it because it gives me a chance to kill the APC, but it lives at 1. It's very sad. Now here, Saltor can just kill my anti-air and kind of invite a bigger fight over here. But I do have some pretty serious pressure with all of these. Currently 5 mechs. I think I bring in another mech. 6 mechs. Neo tank, bomber, fighter. So I could probably, if a fight starts right now, I can probably win the fight, especially if I'm able to make it to the victory march, because I'll be able to break through and take this comm tower. I was making sure to have multiple infantry there in range of taking the comm tower, because if I have the comm tower then I get a whole bunch of nice one-shots with my Victory March against all of these infantry of Saltor's. Which was my real goal. Every turn, these infantry are just going to want to stay out of range of Kindle's own infantry so that I can get my first strikes and one-shots. If Kindle at this point gets the super at the current number of cities that Kindle has, then these infantry can one-shot my infantry, which I really don't like. So for the most part, I'm just going to try and stay out of range of the opposing infantry. See, I'm like, fine, you can get one hit, but then I will just completely dogpile you. Yeah, I do believe I can get my super if you kill it. So, one of my goals here is to lower the property count, or the city count, I should say, of Saltor, so that the Kindle Super no longer gives one-shots on my infantry on plains and below. I think I needed to knock it down to just 18 cities, and it's at like 20 cities right now. So I have to take 2 cities. Maybe we might be at 21 cities right now or something. I don't know. Okay. And then we have this tank strike, which I think is also a mistake. It's getting me closer to my super, and now I have a nice tank that I can use as a sacrifice. Which is just the fun of playing Advanced Wars, is when you go in for a really nice exchange. You're like, yeah, I got a 9-3, and then your opponent goes, yes, now I have a 3 health unit. Yeah, it gives charge. It also guarantees that I can easily kill the medium tank on properties. As I do believe we'll see soon. So I get the city. I'm now up 4k income while having a dominating presence over 2 of these cities. It felt bad having your APCs bully the not heading back. Yeah, you'll notice it's down to 1 HP. I can kill that with anything. Yeah, I'm going to go for these city captures, and then all the mechs will start moving in as I then deploy some more mechs. With a nice crust of infantry to protect my mechs from getting too blown out from a huge vehicle first strike. At this point, I have so many mechs that even if Saltor breaks through and uses as many vehicle strikes as possible to kill the mechs, I'll still have enough mechs left to kill all of the attacking vehicles. Which is really, really bad news. Because if I'm in that situation, my mechs can just act completely belligerently. And they will. There's no Neo-Tank shots. Yep. And I think I do bring in 3 more mechs over here. And I'm very careful of what I put on cities because, of course, Urban Blight could happen. There could be an Urban Blight attack at any time. So I'm okay with my transports getting hit with Urban Blights. I'm okay with this single tank getting hit by Urban Blights. I'm okay with infantry getting hit by Urban Blight. I just don't really want my mechs to get hit by Urban Blight at this stage. I don't want my Neo-Tanks, and I don't want my fighters getting hit by Urban Blights. And here I get a battlecopter because I see that I am indeed going to lose this island. Very sad. So I need to start... Potentially I should have built this battlecopter the previous turn, but I'm going to have to take my island back. Which I think I am going to be able to do because I have the fighter advantage right now. And yeah, there's a lot of mechs here. Saltor doesn't really want to just give up 2 cities for free. But sadly, against Sami, you often do just have to give up cities in situations like this. And again, I have like this open area without much defense. So Saltor's thinking, I can try and do a little counterattack. But again, I'm not too worried about this kind of thing. I have a lot of transports available, and I also have the Neo tanks, which are pretty fast and can support pretty much anywhere on the map. Like, this guy is actually supporting this city while also being in a very aggressive place, just making sure to be out of range of the other Neo tanks. Saltor is already at max charge, so I don't really need to worry about these tanks sacrificing themselves to get like a surprise super. The super could hit at any time. And here I have my fighter go in to kill off that battlecopter, and I really don't care about my fighter getting taken out. In fact, it's like really good for me because I am actually about 20k away from getting my super. So if I pretty much just lose my fighter and nothing else, then I just get my super and have an entire standing army. We're also at the point of hitting the unit cap limit, which is at 75. So I'm going to hit it this turn and don't get to build from this base. We have double Neo tank battlecopter. So you'll see I have 9 Neo tanks, 19 mechs, and 27 infantry against 31 infantry, 2 Neo tanks, and 8 medium tanks. So in the heavy tank count, I'm only down by 1, but I also have a bomber to make up for that. Okay, so this is now very, very scary for Saltor, because as you can see, I'm very close to just taking this comm tower. You do have 5 artillery as well, yeah. I'm not too worried about the artillery because I can one-shot them with mechs, but the artillery do stop me from being too gung-ho with attacking in with Neo tanks. No, I'll have a negative trade. At this point, I am eyeing this lab because I have a battlecopter in the way, and Neo tank plus battlecopter will kill the black boat in 1 turn if I have my power active and I have this comm tower. So I'm like, well, that might be a potential win right there, because it's definitely looking like I'm going to be able to push back Saltor here at the top, which is to be expected because there's only 1 base really supplying it with troops. We have the Urban Blight here. And the Urban Blight is kind of annoying because now all of these units have extra firepower. You can see, look at that. I now have my super. Very happy. But there's not too many strikes here. Again, this is a 1 health unit, which means it's really good for sacrifices. Because, with Kindle power defense boost, my infantry do like 99% or something absurd to Kindle infantry on planes with the extra plus 10% defense. So 1 health infantry is exactly as much as I need to actually kill them off. Yeah, I think attacking with the fighter was a mistake too. Because over here we have a 2 fighter stare off against 2 fighters, and then there's no fighters up here. So as soon as I kill off this fighter, I'll have air dominance. Or this fighter has to come up to support it, and then now I have air dominance down here. It was for the defense to make clearing. Yeah. Yeah, the extra defense is really annoying. It means I can't I can't kill this Neo tank. But it unfortunately will not actually be able to save the medium tanks. Even with the defense boost, I can go mech and the Neotank to kill any medium tank on the city. And the mechs, like, that doesn't occupy all 3 tiles because the mechs will die from the Urban Blight counterattack. So here I thought about this for how I wanted to do this for quite a bit, because I can either use a Neotank or I can use the Bomber to clear this medium tank off of this comm tower and take it. I decided to go with the Bomber because there's a lot more anti-air potential from Saltor right now than anti-Neotank potential. And that there's 3 anti-airs and a fighter over here that could always threaten to dive in and kill my Bomber. So I decided to just use the Bomber. I'm going to sacrifice this tank to make it a guaranteed kill for my mech. And then boom, now I have the triple. I also made a mistake. Before I used my super, I was supposed to kill off this infantry and then have the 7 health infantry sacrifice itself, attacking from the plains on this Kindle Urban Blight infantry on the city, so that I would be able to actually capture these cities and kill off these infantry. But I don't do that. I click the after I make the plan, I just immediately click Victory March. So I'm like, oh, new plan. And instead I'll use this guy to sacrifice to guarantee the kill on this anti-air using this 9 health mech, where normally I was going to kill that off with a Neotank. Whee. Max Mac. It's now a guaranteed kill. And that this is not a guaranteed kill. It's close to a guaranteed kill. Ish. It's a roll. So, it's not a big deal. I mean, I can still just kill off the infantry. It just means I don't capture the cities this turn. I mean, I'm still going to capture the cities because I've got complete dominance of this area. But I'm not going to get them quite yet. Yeah, I'm just going to try and kill off a whole bunch of infantry that I can like safely attack and kill off. Because it's much harder for Saltor to replace the infantry counts than it is for me, thanks to my stronger transport infrastructure. 1 Neotank attack. There was 2 Neotank attacks. Wasn't there? Oh no, this one didn't attack, yeah. Because it couldn't attack without getting hit by another Neotank, so it's used as a blocker. And you can see I'm going to have a quite the little setup here to try and protect the mechs. And then yeah, we'll kill off this APC, get this sucker out of here. Sacrifice my 1 health infantry. I get this kill. And I can go in here and hit this artillery. Debatably, I shouldn't even hit this artillery. Yeah, I'm just going to try and kill off as many infantry as I can to make life much more difficult for Saltor. Given that I'm getting... currently, I've got a 12k income lead, although that'll change when this gets captured and then I capture these 2 cities. So I don't go ham, right? I could like take this city, maybe this city, by like sacrificing multiple mechs and sending my Neotanks in to clear the cities, and then I could go stand on the cities, or I can go take these cities, but it's not worth it. That's just like 2 cities that I flip, and then my Neotank pressure is gone, and I also ruin my unit count to do that. These are covered by artillery. There's all of these backup units that can engage in the fight, so I just need to do a small attack, take some key properties, win some key properties over here, get control over this area again so I can take my island back, and that can, like, these are holdable, not comm towers and holdable, but all of these other captures are holdable stakes, and that can set me up to win in the future on my next victory march. There's no rush. I'm in a commanding position at this point. In comes some more mechs. I just need to make sure that these cities can be defended relatively easily. I have a lot of Neo tanks. I have 9 Neo tanks, 1 attack. I mean, the Neo tanks are doing a lot of work. They're not attacking, but they're doing a lot of work. They're making sure that the mech ball stays alive. So yeah, down goes the bomber. Very sad. It's very sad for me to not get charged off of that. I haven't lost a mech at this point, but I'm about to. The first mech loss. Oh. Just very quickly. At the start of Saltor's turn, I have 22 mechs, and Saltor has 21 infantry, so I accomplished more mechs than my opponent's infantry. You know, Mr. Greensuit, you don't like my Neotank buys, but you are not respecting these Neotank buys. They are very good. The Neotanks will win me the game. Don't go throwing away your units. Just to get like a value strike. So I could have attacked in with the Neotanks, but they would have died. It would not have been worth it. We do have a Mega Tank from Saltor to deal with the Neotanks. I'm also at a unit count lead, which is really good because I'm basically going to be sitting at unit cap while I can potentially keep Saltor below the unit cap, which is part of why I'm going to attack in here. I'm also not nearly as worried about giving Saltor these low health units as Saltor is about giving them to me, because I've got the faster Neotank based army that can really effectively use these sacrifices. And also when I clear a city, I can then immediately take the city with my super, which is something that Saltor can't do. Oh yeah, and also when I dove in there, I stopped any infantry from being 1 turn away from taking this comm tower. So I'm going to get at least 3 turns of having triple comm tower against 1 comm tower, which is really scary for Kindle. And part of why I imagine Saltor had to back off over here so much. Yeah. And you can see, keeping up the fighter count. I want to reach my super again. I want to keep all of this economic pressure on Saltor. I'm up by 8k. It's almost half of Saltor's income is being spent on building fighters, which is very good because that means that my mech-based army with my mech Neotank army will be able to effectively fight what's built out of these bases. It's not like multiple mega tanks are being built. We lost too many infantry on the upper front to Victory March. Yeah. That's what was so scary about it, right? It's like, I hit Victory March, and then my infantry don't go for your cities, they go for your infantry. Well, Saltor could use a normal power, but it does like nothing to me. It'll like it'll like bring my fighter down to 9. I'm not standing on these cities. It doesn't stop the captures. It doesn't even slow down the captures because I'm Sami. Yeah, I lose these units, which is fine. I was at the unit cap, and I really want to get to my super so I can potentially just win the game. Because like in this position, I am so close to just killing this. If I had my super this turn, I am so close. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If nothing moved here and I had my super, I would win the game next turn. Because mech could kill this tank, and then Neotank Battlecopter kills this black boat. And then this mech would just take it. I do believe that Saltor puts up a better wall here. This stops me from even... Yeah, I can't... My mechs are good. They're not kill medium tank in one hit good. Yeah, the Kindle tax is not worth it. You also need to make... If I can get into a position where Kindle doesn't have a power ready, then... Like, that last attack was with Kindle's power adding defense. It would be even worse. An even worse situation if there wasn't the extra Kindle defense. And there you go, another fighter's built. I do believe I can't quite clear this, because this Neotank isn't in range to hit the... I don't think I was able to get my super this turn, but also I am not able to actually clear the black boat this turn, because this Neotank isn't in range to hit it from this side to clear up a Neotank to kill off this medium tank. Okay, so I'm going to move... I do want to press the issue here because I'm in an advantageous position. I'm up in the foot soldiers count by quite a bit. It's 26 infantry against 17 infantry and 22 mechs. So anytime I can trade these guys off right now while I'm sitting at this very nice unit count. The unit count max. And I'll do so. And I'm also threatening to win the game next turn. I mess up. When I was planning this turn out, I put the fighter on this forest so that this fighter and this fighter could both hit a potential fighter sitting on this city. I actually moved my fighter here, so it's out of range. That's okay. Because I am setting up a threat to win the game on the next turn, provided I get my super. And I think about this a lot down here, because I can delay this comm tower capture. But if I go in very assertively for this comm tower capture, not only do I lose a lot of units, I do get the power for next turn to get my super guaranteed, but it also pretty much forces, or doesn't force, but it invites Saltor to use a power, which will then, of course, increase the defense of the units and make my life kind of miserable. So I decided not to go in here and stop the comm tower capture, and instead I'm just going to threaten to win instead of, because if I go in and stop this comm tower capture, I have now put Saltor on like high alert to do something about it, because I sacrifice a lot of stuff to stop this comm tower capture. So Saltor's going to start like putting fighters and Neo tanks on cities, which will be just a complete pain for me to try and clear. And I was seeing that there was no way for me to brute force a victory march on the next turn, even with the extra comm tower. So instead, what I want to do is I want to put my units, do a little front switch with these Neo tanks, and I want to have foot soldiers threatening enough cities that I can win by capture next turn. And then I want to make it look like I'm going to stall. So I go artillery, 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 mega tank. It's like, it's hard to stall more than that. And then I'm hoping that that will make it look like I'm not going for an overtly aggressive option. He thought those buys were for HQ race. Yeah. So this I thought about this for a long time as well. This 1 health infantry is very important because it's the only one that can reach this city. I did think about putting an infantry here as well, but I thought that would make Saltor check to see why did I put 2 infantry, like a healthy infantry, next to a city to be killed off, and be like, oh, well, it's going to go for that city. So instead I put the 1 health infantry there because that makes sense for me to do that, because the 2 infantry kill off this, and then a full health unit would have to dedicate itself to killing off a 1 health infantry, and that's a really good trade for me. But that's why I put only this guy here, and I didn't go infantry here and 1 health infantry here. I needed it to be... I needed the threat to be as convincing as possible, or like the reasoning to be as convincing as possible. I don't like this attack that Saltor goes in for here, but this is because Saltor is thinking, oh, we're going to go into an HQ race. But the problem with going for this attack is that it makes my job a lot easier for making it to my super. Although Saltor covers up the mega tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although I couldn't reach it anyway. But covering up the mega tank to me means Saltor's like, oh wait, I don't want my opponent to sacrifice easily into me. Okay. So yeah, I did mess up here. This fighter is supposed to be on this forest, so that both of these fighters would be in range of clearing a fighter off of the city. But luckily for me, Saltor does not put a fighter on the city. I do have a double Neo Tank in range, so I could clear a Neo Tank that's on the city. But I was supposed to have double fighter as well, and I just misclicked that. My main concern was, well, what if Saltor puts a fighter here and a fighter here? So I needed to have double fighter to clear this, and I needed anti-air and fighter to clear this. And then I also have to deal with, well, what if it's Neo Tank here and Neo Tank here? So I have Neo Tank to clear it from here, and then I have Neo Tank and a ton of mechs to sacrifice in here. Just so many. Trying to figure out where to put stuff with 70 units on each side seems like a nightmare. Yeah, so I took the shorthand of I will just make sure my infantry are outside of the range of my opponent's infantry, and then I will use that to guide how I place all the units. Oh, yes, I'm talking about I'm talking about the capture limit. So on this map, if you have 39 properties, you win the game. You win the game on the spot. There's also a turn limit. So if this reaches day 35, the person with the most properties wins the game. But if I reach 39 properties, I will just win on the spot. Right now I have 32 properties. This is high fun, so I get 2,000 per property. So 32 times 2 is 64,000. 32,000 times 2 is 64,000. So I've got 32 properties. So I need to capture 7 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are the 7 I've got my eyes on. I could have potentially had my eyes on this one as well, but I thought that was too overt. Saltor's got this island. So that's giving Saltor a false sense of security that I won't be able to reach the 39 cities. Because, I mean, the kind of easy ones that I had in the corner, or easy one I had in the corner, has been taken from me. You know I'm about to win the game if my Neo Tank starts shooting. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, on this turn, I used the calculator of truth to make sure that no matter what, I would reach my super, because I do have to go for some very bad attacks to get to the super here. And I did check to make sure even if all of the luck gives me minimum charge, I do reach the super. So you can see I'm going to go for, potentially I could lose an HP on the 9 health copter, but I don't. That was a really low roll. And then I do need to go for like this infantry strike first to guarantee that I get it. Because it does come down to how effectively I can use the infantry engagements to guarantee that I always get the capture or the power. So when you're trying to get as much charge as possible, you kind of reverse the good order of your attacks. Where normally you would want to go like tank and then infantry strike. No. I want to go infantry and then tank strike because that's 200 more charge right there. Breakthrough. This will give me a lot. Pop. This could, if I super high roll this, I can knock the medium tank down to 1, and then I don't take a damage back. And that was the biggest, the biggest amount I had to offset would be, I'd have to find another 1,600 charge somewhere, which is something I'm able to do. But that was the biggest roll that mattered charge-wise. It was very likely that would turn out this way. You can see I actually already have the super, but I finish off the capture, and then I almost throw the game right here. in just classic Go7, I go here, click, and then I almost have the 1 health infantry go for the city before my brain's like, what are you doing? This guy has to go for the city. He's the only one that can do that. So yeah, I almost threw the game right there. But yeah, now I can just go and take all these cities. I could have gotten charge against this recon on the city by sacrificing an infantry into it. And then there's some more infantry attacks I could go for as well. We zoomed in. And there's the victory. The classic Sami capture. I would still be in a winning position if I don't get the if I mess this up and didn't win off of the capture. I would lose like all of these Neo tanks. The main problem that I'd have to run into, I'd be running into, is that I have to fight off this whole army going from my lab. But it should be possible. Yeah, GG. You got to see all of the mechs marching. Did I shill the thing yet? Oh. My patrons and I are having a game. You can fight me if you'd like. It's going to be me against 14 different patrons. So if you'd like to join the Patreon to do a 1 versus 14 versus poor little me, I'm going to be this central force. And then everyone else is going to be surrounding me. It's going to be quite the fight because each player starts with double factory. And I only start with 1, 2, 3, 4 factories with another 4 to unlock. So I am vastly outnumbered in unit production. We'll see how it goes. But if you'd like to beat me up, you can join the Patreon and get in on that if you'd like. Javier is banned. I'm playing Sturm. Everyone else is playing tier 4s. With Lexios enabled, so you can play Jugger if you like. You can imagine Allied forces giving all the comm towers to Javier. Yeah, well, if Javier was allowed, then I would just pick Javier and probably win off of that. So yeah, this was the tournament match. It had a lot of followers, I think. And GG Saltor. Saltor's game plan was to stall out to heavy tank balls and push the HQ with better powers. Yeah, in just a straight up vehicle fight, Kindle's gonna absolutely destroy Sami. Although I do have Neo tanks against medium tanks, which is pretty beneficial for me. I think the game would have been a lot different if Saltor had gone for a more harassment opening rather than the transport opening. Now let's never speak of this map ever again. But yeah, when I was looking at the map and deciding to go Sami, the deciding factor was that I reached both of these islands a turn earlier with the transport copter, and I'm able to use mech plus transport to actually defend this area, as you saw in the game, very effectively, where all the other COs are pretty much forced to just go into this HQ or this lab race, because one base is just not able to fight off 4. That's why I went with Sami. Also, the double comm tower helps Sami a lot. If that was just a single comm tower map, then I don't think Sami would be able to hold up. And of course, there's also the 5 bases. Sami clearly OP on this map. Yeah. Sami broken. Okay. Yeah, going into the game with a transport opener and then not changing it against Sami. Yeah, that was probably... I mean, that put you in a really tough spot. Because, of course, Sami excels in those kind of games. Especially because Sami beats you to both corners is absolutely brutal to deal with. No plan, yeah. Was it like no plan survives contact with the enemy? Okay, on this one though, this is the map Force of Nature, which is a standard map. We have an Olaf mirror. We've got Starbright on the right. Zook 000 on the left. Force of Nature. The Scout weapon. I don't know if that ever got nerfed, but it was really strong. Today's stream is early. It's not early, it's right on time. We're actually 2 hours into it. This is an Olaf mirror, so the first person to get the super is usually in a very advantageous position. You just like this map, but it was a match. So there's a artillery mech opener that breaks his pipe seam really early. And then there's a whole bunch of different ways that you can use your infantry to pressure these sides. You can see there's pre-owned cities on the side here. If you can flip that, that's going to be a 2k flip in income, which is a big deal. So there can be some priority put on trying to capture these cities or defend these cities. They're kind of hard to defend, but it's very possible. And then there's a lot of choke. Like the middle here is very choky with all these mountains and forests and labs here. There's no HQ on this map, so you're gonna lose if you have no labs. As long as you have one lab, you're still in the game. So you can see both players have 2 labs. The labs don't give any income. They're just there. They give 3 terrain stars and they count as properties. And or urban tiles, I should say. They don't count as properties. They count as urban tiles. but they're just there so that they are a replacement for HQs. A different way to get the HQ cap going. And you can see you have double base here and a lone base over here that gets turned on later on in the game, which is now turned on for both players. It's very important to kind of priority get this base. It has a fair number of captures that it's responsible for, so if you delay this base, if like you decide to move here and then to this city and then here and go for the base, like you're delaying this base by like 2 turns, and that's more than just losing out on 2 turns of income. You actually, of course, you miss out on 2 units as well that you could be building, but you also are slowing down the capture of all of the properties that this base is responsible for, which would be this like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe, like 6 properties that you delay. So delaying this by 2 turns costs you 12k, which is very expensive, which is why you rush the neutral base as fast as possible. Just something to keep in mind. I like copter stacking. Copters are good on this map. So we do have the artillery over here. Looks like we're going to go artillery and tank rather than artillery and mech, which is totally fine to break the pipe seam. Artillery are strong on this map because it's very choky. And then these central cities can be contested quite a bit. We'll see if the players decide to go, or try to do so, I should say. Okay. So this city is being contested currently. Looks like both players are going to get these cities fairly, pretty much for free. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think. Oh, it's because Starbright didn't have comm tower. No. I think Starbright missed out here. If this tank hit the pipe seam last turn, then this turn the artillery could clear the pipe seam and the tank would have a direct path into the center. It would be covering this poor innocent infantry. This map is good for live play. So I assume this tank and this artillery just cleared the pipe seam. We'll see what this tank does. It can move up here and threaten all of these infantry, or it can try and hang out in the center and try and help out. Looks like that's what it's doing. So it's currently there's nothing. I guess there's this capture is threatening this capture. But this looks fairly free for Zuko to take. And here this tank comes in. It's definitely this is definitely some free dudes over here. Free dudes is just like a tank hitting an infantry that isn't being covered by another vehicle that can counter the tank. It didn't have to be free. You can, instead of building a tank here, build it from this base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it would be covering these infantry. Okay. We have the artillery in position on the lab. We just got to make sure to keep that nice and protected. Very kind to not eat the... Oh, did I miss a tank kill? Oh, okay. So what Havitz is looking at is tank plus infantry clears infantry, and then tank hits tank. I don't think that's free, but that would be a tank first strike. You'd have this tank hit from here, and then the infantry hits from the forest. You have to then have this one of these guys go for this capture to follow it up, and then the problem is that Starbright can go infantry plus infantry clears infantry, and then tank and tank kills tank. Or if you have the tank here, then Starbright can go tank strike, bring up artillery to guard, and then have a tank hit from city. We'll bring up another tank. I don't think it's a free tank hit up here. There might be some tactics I'm missing that make it free. This is straight up a free hit, though. Okay. Not sure why the infantry is sitting here. That's okay. Oh, it's helping to block the tank. Okay, that makes sense. Break through there. Kill off the infantry. So now the tanks are nice and over here and defending, and you can see that with this pipe seam broken, it's very quick to get these vehicles down over here, kind of connecting these double base with this single base. And now the tank gets built down here to help cover these infantry. There might still be some free hits here, but I'm not spotting any right away. There might be people in the chat that can. Yeah, that can't reach up and around. There's like, you can go like tank infantry, or infantry. Like, you can do 2 KOs to kill off these guys. But there's no follow-up to hit the artillery, and then there's a whole bunch of tanks to counter. You recall this turn being good for Zook? Okay. Copter. There was the anti-air belt to counter it, or to answer it. Just fall back, sure. No strikes, but does set up a capture on this side city. It has all of these guys covered by this copter. Anti-air is not going to be able to get over there quite fast enough. Starbright's attacking in. We have a rocket buy. A rocket buy kind of says that Zuko thinks that this is going to stall out. Okay. I think the idea with hitting this infantry is so it can't be used to guarantee do a damage here. This looks unsafe to me, but okay, so a lot of these units are in the center here. Zuko for sure can get some first strikes on these vehicles. The copter can't reach though. But what you can do is sacrifice this 2 health infantry in, and then infantry hits from mountain, infantry hits from road, and then this infantry can come down with this guy to kill this 7 health infantry off. And the tanks can get it like a first strike on this artillery, and then a first strike on this tank. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get the first strike here. So there might be a different way to kill this guy off, but there'll be some. Oh, there's a first strike down here. There's some pretty scary attacks, and then that would actually be covered by this rocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess you don't even have to set. No, you prefer to have that side open. Well, this is a 30. So that was a roll. Oh, no, it wasn't a roll because this infantry actually attacked. That's right. It was a chipped infantry. It might still be a roll. So this still happens. No sacrifice was needed. Get good some fighting. You like the rocket buy, but would like to invest in a mega tank. Dang. Did I catch the announcement of the Advanced Wars by Web server? Are you talking about the reboot camp server? I'm part of the mod team on there. This attack, oh yeah, this isn't a free attack because the tank from the base actually covers this. So that's not so great. This attack's pretty nice, covered by the rocket. Someone bully you? Okay, so the bottom here does get cleaned up. The city does get captured, and all of these infantry moved forward. I would have kept one back to try and guard this city. Yeah, the artillery has to run away. Put a whole bunch of blockers. The rocket can only hit some infantry right now. You need to put an infantry here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. An infantry needs to be here. Otherwise, this anti-air is going to die. Or not die, but get injured severely, and the copter will live its best life. Oh no! This infantry probably needs to run, because that's a lot of infantry moving in. Okay, so there's rocket kills an infantry. This infantry doesn't really matter. Copter comes in and kills the 4 health tank, and then this tank can come over and hit the anti-air on the road. Hyper upgrade time. Ooh, doesn't see it though. Instead, setting the copter down here. I'm not quite sure why. Does kill that off. Does kill off the tank. That just would have been better with the copter and the tank hitting the anti-air. But it's still worked out pretty nicely. We have a lot of infantry strikes here. Zuko's ahead in the unit count currently, although this is still in the middle of a brawl. And this is why I would have probably fallen back with this guy instead of just moving him onto this mountain. So they are just going to swap properties here. We have a lot of tanks coming in for Starbright. Don't know why this tank decided to stay here. It is being threatened by this copter. So I'd prefer to have the tank in range of an anti-air. Almost in range of an anti-air. Kill off the infantry. Get tank shot. Finish off the tank. Sure. Artillery in a pretty decent spot. This anti-air is a little exposed to being hit by tanks. Definitely build an anti-air when there's a copter coming down on your front though. I don't know what this guy's doing. Okay, this tank is in position to save this city at least. The anti-air makes you hurt now. So both players are getting really close to the super, and the first super for Olaf in the Olaf mirror matters a lot. Wow. I would 100% kill off the tank. But I can understand killing off the infantry. I mean, there's only 2 left. Rocket moves up with its 2 health infantry guards. Okay, these guys start getting killed off. A lot of infantry attacking up here. Another copter built. Okay. I'm amazed this anti-air didn't get hit. It is the only thing that's answering this copter currently. And it looks like Starbright is going to reach the Olaf super first. And the reason why... This is all happening in rocket range, though. Is there not a way to break through? So I think this is a mistake. What Starbright goes for here. I think you can probably get the super and hit this and get a nice hit on this rocket. This tank can, of course, hit this 7 health tank from the road. And then the 4 health tank can sacrifice itself into this tank on the city. And I don't know if that quite gets you there. It might. If that gets you there to the super, then you can then pop the super and have this tank come in and kill this tank off. And then infantry can kill off this infantry. And then the anti-air gets to hit this rocket for a ton of damage. But the reason why Olaf super first matters a lot is because that means that you have undamaged units fighting against 8 health units while also having your power boost for your stats as well. So you just have a really nice turn in combat. And then the opposing Olaf gets their super and they use it, but now they're fighting you on matched stats and HP because now both of you have been hit by the global damage and both of you have your powers active. So their response turn has a lot less advantage to it. And then also, because you use your super first, you stop having your power active first, which means you start generating more power earlier, which sets you up to get the next super first. So there's it looks like you can just go around the tank on the city though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is probably what's going to happen. Yeah. I would probably Winter Fury first. Doesn't super matter though, since now 2. We kill off that tank. So a very nice attack over here. All of these infantry are now unguarded. Olaf's immune to the snow effect of the super. It's purely just 2 damage to everything. Okay. So the rocket got hit, and that really sucks because those suckers are expensive. And yeah, now we'll have the response Winter Fury. Now, the advantage to being the one responding with their Winter Fury that you have is that your opponent usually has to yeet into you. So there's more vehicle-on-vehicle strikes available, usually. Like so. But doesn't really make up for all of the other advantages that the person that uses the power first gets. Like all of the combat that happens on this turn, only Starbright gets charged for anything that happens here, because Zuko still has the power active. And that just means that Starbright's got a little bit of a lead on charge, although it looks like there's not very many vehicle fights happening here. Okay, there we go. That'll give a little bit of a lead. Not quite sure why these guys are both trying to fight the tank on the city over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess this guy can't reach this tank on the road. This guy can. You can also come over here and finish off this tank for 4 health. Like, this is not looking like great attacks to me. I guess this guy comes in and finishes it off. Okay. Why did you mech here? I don't know why you mech'd here. It's probably just having the cash for the mech. I mean, mechs are pretty good on this map. Usually you get a really early one to break the pipe seam with the artillery. And then it's got mountains and stuff to camp on. You can see the, even with just a few engagements taken, you can see the power difference here. And how getting that first super helps a lot for getting the next one first as well. Okay, the copter is fighting in range of the anti-air, but does injure the tank. Down here, making sure to keep this property. I guess flipped. The players exchanged properties there. The tanks having a field day fighting a bunch of infantry up here. There's a mech on its way to try and support. And I imagine these tanks will just retreat to cities and then the anti-air comes in and kills the copter. Oh, okay, that's a lot better than retreating to a city. Yeah, killing off the 2 health rocket for sure. Zuko still has a 1k lead because of this property. Ooh, no fear. Attacking in to finish off this tank. Now, no, that can sometimes be good. In this case, it's not that good because, I mean, there are tanks covering this. Actually, this is really not looking great for Zuko next turn. You have a medium tank bot to try and hold down this front. Now, this mech doesn't quite reach. But this tank can bust through, and as soon as this 4 health tank dies, this anti-air can kill this copter. These guys can get involved in doing that, or this guy can do it. Like so, down goes the copter. Not sure why the mech moved there over moving to the mountain. Moving to the mountain is way better than moving to this river. You're on the mountain, they can like hit you from the lab, but you're on a mountain, so you're kind of fine with that. If you're on the river, they can hit you from your city, which is the same defense stars, but now you're on a river taking a ton more damage. Poor Rocket. Rest in peace. And this tank just chills here, which is fine. It is covered by another tank. So this is looking very nicely in Starbright's clutches. Like, right now, we have a sacrifice. Sadly, didn't kick down the HP at all. These infantry were kind of cut off, though. They're kind of forced to fight, I guess. Down goes the anti-air, which does encourage Zuko to now build a copter. Never mind, builds another rocket. Starbright should probably get a copter at some point to force anti-air out of the opponent. I'm not sure why this tank didn't go onto the city to heal up. Guess I wanted to guard this property. Maybe it guards it from here, though. Yeah, I don't know. But you have the attack in here, killing off that tank. Maybe attacking in here. There is a mech guarding this. You strike in there. Ooh, and it gives the Winter Fury again. It's at the end of the turn, so it's not as scary, but it's still gonna be really annoying for Zuko to deal with. You have a mech strike. Medium tank is to hit a tank. Hit that tank. The brutal infantry fight down here. Zuko desperately trying to make it to the super. Oh my gosh. Well, there's a 1 health tank here. The 1 health tank isn't enough unless it does chip damage to a tank. Ooh. Well, there you go. You can see just how important it is to get the first power. Oh no, indeed. Now Starbright's going to have a ton of charge advantage. As well as get a whole bunch of really nice attacks off of on the units that kind of dove in trying to get the super. Pull off the infantry. Tank goes and sits on the city. Looks like this capture, well, it won't go through next turn. It might go through in the future. It won't go through next turn because Zuko has the Olaf super to use. The rocket. Kill off that tank. Infantry. Mech strike. Tank comes on in here. All these tanks getting cleaned up. We do have the double copter coming in though. And there is an artillery to be really annoying for this medium tank to deal with. Anti-response to the copters. It makes sense. There's actually a copter strike on this medium tank for free. I say for free, but it is an 8 health copter hitting a medium tank, so the medium tank will hit back fairly decently. So it does a damage. It's still a positive trade for the copters, though. The artillery gets over here. We have a mech brought in. This poor 1 health tank is kind of isolated. I guess it could attack in infantry. Oh no, it can't actually. It can escape. Never mind. Gives up the hopes of trying to capture the city. Tries to just get in the way. Okay, well, let's. Value-wise, it's ended very positively for Zuko. At the end of Starbright's turn, Zuko's still ahead in value. So like half a turn ahead. But Zuko is still down in unit count. Whoa. Tank's going to go after this artillery. So there's some pressure being put on Starbright here, because now that the artillery got hit, there's no answer, no great answer currently. This medium tank. And the mech pressure is starting to actually do stuff up here. So the tech ups have been putting Starbright in an awkward position. There's a few answers. Artillery is, of course, one answer that you can go with as long as you can keep them nice and safe. Or you can always just go for tech ups yourself, which tends to be the more common way of doing it. So if you wanted to go for the tech ups yourself, this might work. I don't know if you have anything repairing that costs a lot, so it doesn't look like it. So yeah, this will set you up to build a medium tank next turn. You need 18k. Get medium tank infantry. But if you didn't have quite enough, you can always just not build a tank. You build like an artillery instead, or you can build an infantry. Emilia's Torch Red game next. I have to get through all the new submitters. That's how it works. Ooh. Zuko breaks through. Does get the interrupt here. We have the rocket moving forward. Very, very bold rocket. Don't think there's anything that can hit the rocket at least easily. There might be tank infantry stuff, and then the copter can hit it. Okay, these guys are still very exposed to getting first struck and taken out, but they've made a lot of progress. Here comes a copter to hit a mech. The artillery are moving forward. We have the medium tank to answer one of the medium tanks. As capture gets started, yeah, you should probably heal the 1 health artillery rather than trying to use it as a part of the artillery setup. Also, this is not looking like a great situation. I guess this is covered by the medium tank, though. Rocket denies the capture. We have the mech defending this capture. And all of it. So many foot soldiers over here. The copter production started up. So, yeah, having multiple anti-airs over here is looking really good. Okay, so there wasn't like a breakthrough over here to, like the recon can kill this infantry, and then there's like a medium tank kills artillery, medium tank kills artillery kind of thing. But it does leave open the medium tank first strike. That Zuko probably didn't want to do or have happen. You get to save this city. The pressure on the lab and the city over here. Not even in range of this rocket. This tank. Okay, I see. The tank's in range of the medium tank, but there's an artillery covering it. So it's not the worst thing in the world if it gets hit. The artillery, copter, infantry should probably just focus on matching the tech up right now. Medium tank does go in, and then the anti-air will hit the artillery. The idea with this anti-air strike is that there's no room for the mech to hit the anti-air without having to move the artillery, and then the artillery is not shooting. Medium tank. Oh. Rocket is out of range. Both the city and the lab does fall to Starbright, though. But yeah, there wasn't a reason to have the tank here. I don't think it was actually blocking anything. I like this move from Zuko. The idea is that it's forcing vehicles to move to this corner, which means they're not helping in the central fight. So the property and the lab were captured. The city and the lab were captured. Now, if this lab falls, Zuko loses the game. We have a lot of pressure happening down here too. So Starbright's fighting more on multiple fronts. And here we do see that the artillery just moves rather than shooting the medium tank. Copter moves back behind. Sure. Low health walls. So a lot of stuff's being placed in the rocket range here. It's definitely an overloaded rocket. It's spoiled for options. This looks very dangerous to me. But I guess we'll see. It looks like Zuko can just like kill a whole bunch of stuff here. Be pretty happy about it. Goes the copter strike. Tank. The rocket and this medium tank haven't decided what they want to do yet. Decided to shoot the artillery on the lab. That's fine. You can also go rocket, medium tank, of course, to kill medium tank. The problem with that is that the double artillery can kill the medium tank in response. And it leaves the rocket open That was a very good turn for Zuko. Starbright, I imagine, is going to get the super again really early in comparison to Zuko after being hit quite so hard. Tack on in here. Into this just huge bloodbath. Kill off this copter. Well, now the medium tank can't hit anything. I guess it can kill off the recon, but I think it's just going to try and run away, so it's not in range of the rocket, maybe? We do have a lot of copters over here, and the anti-air is not quite evolved yet. Decided not to fire on the medium tank. Just decided so much is just sitting in the range of this rocket. We have the copter, kills the copter straight up. This tank gets taken out, but it did block the way for the city to be captured. This infantry gets taken out. The mech takes out this infantry. Artillery gets hit by the recon. Down goes the mech. Other artillery gets hit. Medium tank gets to hit this tank. It's looking very bloody. Anti-air shows up. This infantry very boldly defending this rocket that's just taken lives. Okay, we have the Winter Fury. Starbright does have a very nice income lead, but has been getting absolutely demolished in the center fight. Artillery does kill the medium tank on the city, leaves the rocket open to being hit by something, which I imagine is going to have to be the copter. I guess the tank could do it. Which is what is used. Knock it down to 2. Hit the medium tank. Hit the infantry. Okay. Breaking through to the rocket's a big deal because that rocket was hurting all of the artillery for Starbright. Okay, and Zuko's down to 15k income per turn, so if they're not able to get some properties out of these fights, then they will just eventually be taken out by attrition. They just won't be able to keep up with the production. The infantry is still 2 turns away from starting to get this capture. So Starbright's, they're going to have like another front opened up here just trying to fight over this capture. Starbright gets that one. Now 20k to 14k, which is a lot for such a low income map. It's not like a super low income map, but pretty low. The rocket does get taken out. Medium tank is chasing down its counterpart there. The copters are pretty much unanswered. The anti-air ran away. Very good use of the copters to win the center out. Sent the day in the center. 14k. Went down to 13k because of repairs. So can't even build 2 tanks at this point. Desperately trying to get this capture. Setting themselves up to get this capture to try and get back into the game. Everything has to fall back way behind the capturing infantry, which is not what you usually want to do. The artillery is covering because this medium tank is probably going to hit from this city if I was to guess. Copters clear the way. I would probably have an infantry do that, but it's fine. The medium tank is to strike. This also leaves another city vulnerable to being captured. I don't know what the capture limit is. I imagine it's like 2 more cities and Starbright would win for just the capture limit. And there's 1. The capture limit is usually 2/3 of the cities. Yeah, it is looking grim for Zuko here. Copter kills off the copter. We have a bunch of infantry getting close to going for these captures. This city is going to be captured unless this tank finds a way through, which it's not. Or if Starbright somehow gets the super, which is also not going to happen. I don't know why this anti-air... What did it... Oh, it killed the copter. Gonna die for that? Which is a good trade for Starbright in this situation. 21 to 13. Yeah, I think at 22 to 12 probably would be the capture limit. If not, it would be 23 to 11 for sure. And there is a full health tank strike against a 7 health tank on the woods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that's not strong enough, or not good enough to break through. Save the capture. Does kill the tank over here though. Medium tank falls back. Hey, Zuko got one of the captures back. Also did a triple infantry buy, which is the kind of thing you have to do when you're getting behind on money, when you need to start making big purchases. You're just gonna have turns where you buy nothing but infantry to set yourself up for more pricey turns later on. Because it was all infantry in that copter. We can see built-in destroy ratios at the end. You think the cap limit should be more than it is? You don't think 2/3 is... 2/3 means that if every property is captured on the map, you have twice the income of your opponent. Oh, you think it's more than it should be? Oh. I think the 2/3 is a very good metric. It's 2/3. On some maps, it's been messed up. I mean, it's about 2/3. It's not always exactly 2/3, but 2/3 is the goal. In the past, there's been maps where it's been too low, and those maps didn't change because it's very silly. Like onto Athos, the fog map, it used to be like 55%. So if you just had one property over your opponent, just game over, instantly win. But that got changed. Okay, so this city falls to Zuko as well, starting to get back into the economy here. Anti-air is out of range of guarding this. The join cap trying to get this. Okay. The copter isn't covered. Or, I mean, the copter attacking into covered not anti-air, artillery. This tank gets taken out. This 1 health infantry is stopping this tank from getting involved and killing this off. I like it. Okay, so Zuko managed to take 2 cities, but then is going to lose 2 cities. Such is life. Goes for the 3rd rocket. Really has a plan. Zuko is the man with the plan, and it's a rocket plan. The rocket, I would say, has not been working out super great. I mean, it worked out really well, but as soon as it got broken through to, the entire formation just kind of crumbled, and there isn't really that much of a formation left for the rocket to take advantage of. Anti-air gets hit. Very nice. Although 6 health anti-air can still chunk a copter. And this lab is under a lot of threat. Yeah, Zuko's like, I'll stand on it. Oh, Zuko managed to get the Winter Fury first. That is hard to do. And usually means that you are losing a lot to make up for how much charge you have to make up for when you are the person who Winter Furied second. Do breakthrough here, stopping the lab cap. Hit the artillery, very nice. Kill off the medium tank. This rocket's now in some serious danger. There's a medium tank coming for it. Oh. Very close to being able to just go for this capture and threaten the end of the game. I'd probably go heal this tank. Okay. We have another medium tank. This looks very good for Starbright. No fear rocket. Just fires. Copter gets taken out, and then Zuko resigns. Yeah, I think at that point Zuko is looking very dead. It was a really good comeback though. When this like initial push happened, it was a really good comeback for Zuko. But then, as soon as the rocket was able to be broken through to, the whole game just crumbled. So very, very nicely played. That was a brutal game. Yeah, the medium tanks are pretty strong. I think this was sent in by Ram. I do believe this is a practice game for the 5th round map in the standard tournament. We have a Jake mirror. Taxes only take 3 Go7 reviews, apparently. So we'll see how this one plays out. You do start with 2 black boats to try and accelerate along these sides, and there's a neutral base that you have to go for. You also have these kind of very forward airports while also starting with an airport. And usually if you're starting with an airport, you're going to want to have a transport copter opening to kind of take full use of that. The black boats help you go faster along the coast here, but the transport copters will accelerate you in the middle. So a bunch of these captures. But Ram has gone with a recon opener instead. And then on this map, there is these comm towers that are very contested, just directly along the dividing line, with this forward base and this forward airport both supporting it from either player. So we'll see how that kind of develops. This recon's being annoying and making sure to attack into this area that the infantry get accelerated by the black boat, because that means there's not going to be vehicles accelerated along with it. And we can see here that Ram 378 has kind of gotten these cities really early, and that can either be good or bad. It just comes down to whether or not you can actually hold these cities, because if you end up investing your early captures in these properties and your opponent can just come over and take them from you, you are going to fall really far behind in the capture game. Because if you had, instead of spending your units capturing these cities, captured other cities that you're actually able to maintain and keep control over, you'll have that nice sustained income rather than taking a huge economic hit. So now Ram 378 is pressured into defending these bases or these properties and this comm tower pretty strongly, and it's going to take more than just copter production to do this, because this base can of course build anti-air to shut down both infantry and copters very effectively. In the center here, you see that FatCatFL has hasn't gone for these properties really early, mainly because this recon kind of stopped him. But that does mean that when Ram comes in here and takes these properties, it's not hurting Fat Cat at all. Where when Fat Cat comes over here and takes these properties, it does hurt Ram a lot. And it does look like this property is going to fall. Recon tank can kill this, and then the infantry can just start the capture. And then the anti-air, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, the anti-air is not quite in range to protect it. So maybe that won't be happening yet. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's an interesting little attack here. So the copter hits the artillery. Now this anti-air can hit this copter if the artillery moves. I guess it's just trying to set up the situation where the artillery wants to fire, but it also wants to move. And this tank, I mean, it doesn't quite work because the artillery can just kill this. Actually, I think artillery plus tank can just kill this tank, and then the anti-air can hit from the forest over here. But I like the idea of this kind of attack. We have the pressure being put on this comm tower. It is covered by this anti-air. There are some infantry here that can throw themselves in to maintain control. Yeah, we have the artillery plus tank, kills tank, and then we get to beat up on this poor copter. And then this capture is able to be interrupted outside of the anti-air range. Same with this strike over here hits the recon. I probably would have hit the infantry in this situation, because yeah, it's fine to hit the recon, but I would hit the infantry instead, potentially, just because there's not that many infantry over here. So once they're all gone, I'm no longer having to worry about the capture threats. Okay. Trying to repair up this copter. Usually you don't repair up the copters on the airport, you just build another copter. And then you could have the black boats repairing the copter instead. Working together. The anti-air has broken through here. There is a tank that can hit this, so you do have to block off with this tank. And then, unfortunately for Fat Cat, there isn't a tank or an artillery covering this tank, so this would just be a first strike that Ram can get here. So far I would say this is looking pretty good for Ram, but you can, the important thing to point out though, is if you look at the income, it's like the same. So going for these properties early on has put a lot of pressure on RAM to defend them, but it doesn't give you that economic advantage until all of the other properties along the map have kind of already been captured. So it's just something to keep in mind, is that if you go for this stuff, like, this will pay off once you manage to get your other captures on the map. Otherwise, it's just, you're just capturing at kind of the same rate you normally would for your other stuff. And it can hurt you a lot if your opponent can just come over and take them from you. So you do have to invest a lot in defending, which so far is working out very nicely for RAM. Boom, come down here, kill off this infantry. Tank has come on over. We have the anti-air moving into the middle, trying to chase down these copters from RAM that seem to be doing some serious work. And this recon does go down. There's double anti-air over here against double tank. There are some reinforcing tanks coming in from RAM. So FatCat is doing all right now. Very low on the infantry count. Over here, you just have 4 with, or I guess there's 5. 2 of them are full health. RAM is also really low on the infantry count. 14, 17. So FatCat's actually ahead. Oh, I see. The FatCat has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them just in this very slow-moving chain, which is not ideal. Ooh. No fear copter strike in here. It is going to get hit by an opposing copter, so debatable about how worth it is to do that, but this is only a 7 health copter and there's no comm tower. Although FatCatFL is going to have the block rock available. Didn't go for it yet though. I think FatCat just wins. Is that right? There's only 2 labs, so if you capture both of these labs right now, then, or like now and next turn, then it's just game over. And I'm thinking with a block rock for that extra movement, could potentially just end the game right away. The extra movement and firepower, because the anti-air can strike from the mountain. And then, well, maybe Ram's own block rock can get units close enough to save the lab. But it looks, I'm sure FatCat was looking at that, but it looks maybe doable with blocking to just win the game next turn. Which is something you should always check at the start of your turn, is you should always do a very cursory glance and be like, can I just win? Rather than like continuing these brawls, can I just like take their HQ? Can I just take their labs? FatCat didn't even use the block rock, which is really weird, because it looked like there was some decent ones, decent strikes available. So Ram 378 is going to get to use it first. The hit, some nice strikes there. A whole bunch of very good first strikes. The capture, like that tank. Yeah. And you can see a whole bunch of units coming over here to save the lab. I think that was probably doable for FatCatFL to win there. It's too late now because there's the artillery in range of the lab. It would have had to be done last turn, and then FatCat has resigned there. Yeah, getting hit by the super, and then never even used the super, which is too bad. But well played. I believe this was a practice game. Yeah, tournament practice. So that's definitely a good game to get the practice in there. You can get a good feel of how the map plays out and how different openings can lead to different conflict zones. Like, you can either be fighting over the center, or you can be fighting over the comp towers. And that there's some vulnerability to the labs. Hey, Emilia. We got Eazy-E fighting Shmovin. I do believe this is Shmovin's game. We got Drake versus Lash. I would usually say that this is advantaged to Drake, but there's some nice heavy terrain here for Lash. It'd be advantaged to Drake because Lash has like no comeback mechanics. So as soon as Lash's army gets whittled down, she has a hard time continuing that fight since everything scales so much off of her stats, and Drake will just constantly, or everything scales off like the health of her units and how effective her units are actually fighting, and the global damage will just wear them all down. But there's some really strong pieces of terrain here for Lash to make use of, so she could definitely get a nice early advantage off of just bullying Drake. Ooh, we have a very fancy little city skip here, followed by a recon on the 2-base side to put some immediate pressure on Eazy-E. You can't afford to build a tank here. Does not do so. Does the response recon. So usually the response recon is a lot weaker because your opponent did... Oh, Eazy-E did not go for the base right away. I was like, how on earth did they afford that tank be able to afford the tank so soon? So they did go for the base right away. So they're going to be really hurt on the unit count. If we're looking at, and also their money long term, if we're looking at what is this base responsible for, it's responsible for this cap, probably this cap, and this cap. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe this one can go for there. Maybe it's just going to be these 4, so it'll be minus 8,000 funds for delaying the base. Do you know Eazy-E? Yeah, new submitters get priority over returning ones. That is correct. Ooh, Eazy-E goes for a base skip here, which I do not like. Has the money to get the infantry. Must be wanting to just build more stuff from here. It has like plans for getting a copter next term. Even then, though, I think you build the infantry here. Okay. So the recon was used to block for the capture, and the recon's also covered by this tank. No copter build, so this was just straight up a base skip, but did get the base, did build from the base the next turn, so it wasn't like a repeated offense. Recon gets out of here, and we have a nice tank first strike. Making sure to get all these back caps. Doesn't go for the tank first strike. You 100% go for this tank first strike, and then you can just build another tank if you want. I would say it's a mistake from shmovin there. You tank first strike, just build another tank so you're chained together, and you can even put your infantry like here or here, whatever you want, to I guess here, try and stop any double tank shenanigans. Apparently Rishi has some sort of history with Eazy-E. Anti-air built on the 1 base side from Eazy-E. That is a weird buy. Okay, artillery, 2 base side makes sense. Put some pressure on this 1 base from shmovin. Looks like shmovin's putting a lot of pressure in the center here. Might be even trying to get all 4 of these captures. You definitely strike from the city here, and you have backup tank and everything. Don't know why the recon's here. If the tanks weren't going to strike this turn, I don't know why they would strike next turn. It looks like the recon just sacrificed itself. Like nothing changed in this situation. Okay, we have another artillery. The artillery are going to be strong on this map because it's very choky. This infantry did not move. It was just stunned that the tank was standing on its base, or its property. Okay, so usually in this case I would strike with this tank because it's the one that has less options. Like this tank's got a whole bunch of stuff it can do. This tank can pretty much only hit these 2. In this case it doesn't matter, it's just when you hit this tank. The 7-6 negative trade. Lash, just classic Lash stuff right there. Okay, we have an anti-air on the 2 base side against the airport side. Makes sense. Not sure what's going on with this anti-air. Came in and killed an infantry. But it can be just taken out by the tanks. The Lash, first strike on the road, goes in for these captures, which is very intimidating. And blocks this up. Covers with the artillery very nicely. This is very difficult for shmovin to deal with right now. On the flip side, over here, shmovin's looking very happy. Gets to kill off this tank, gets to kill off this anti-air, and also gets complete control over the center. Decides to join, sure. I'm not quite sure what's going on with this because this is covered by an artillery. I'd rather just kill off this anti-air rather than let it live at 4 and then putting stuff in range of the artillery. I think that Eazy-E will be able to defend this so that you can't just dive straight in there. So both of these cities are going to fall to Eazy-E, which is very good because they did lose the whole center. Very nice. 1 base side is almost out of infantry. And once that happens, then the 2 base side just kind of tends to crush it because they can build vehicle for vehicle and then also build infantry. And then those extra infantry units either get in the way after vehicle engagements or they can just go take all the properties, potentially the HQ. The Neo tank from Eazy-E. Neo tank double base skip. Well, that's not... Neo tank double base skip is not how you leverage the double base against the single base. I would imagine that Eazy-E might be a newer player coming from the console, the cartridge games, because this is more something you would do in the cartridge. You'd be like, oh, I'm winning this front, so I don't need to put any more resources in that front. And that's just not how it works in PvP. That's just how it works in the cartridge, because the AI isn't as good. kill off the anti-air. Neo tank is very intimidating. We have the copter built over here. We have our artillery, infantry looking nice. Shmovin's on the way to the super. Eazy-E is really falling behind in that unit count. Due in large part to lots and lots of base skips. However, they do have some very scary pressure on the HQ right now. Don't like this attack with this tank. I'm not quite sure why that happened. That's just a free gimme to like this tank or this copter. Or I guess you can go tank. You do need to actually do something to save this HQ. Eazy-E does have that being threatened. Now Drake, of course, has global damage. So even if Eazy-E gets like a complete surround on the capture of the HQ, the global damage can always delay it for another turn. No, we haven't gone. We're still in the first time submitters. I guess you wouldn't hit with this tank because you phase locking yourself. I imagine this guy's going to come over here and maybe hit this or hit this tank, I guess. Or I guess you can just stand there. Neo tank scoots forward a single tile. We did have some more units being built from the 2 base side. HQ cap is initiated. There's no blocker for the HQ cap though. The anti-air is over here to help with this attack though. Shmovin is almost to the super, and I think with the super it's just going to be absolutely devastating board wipe. Some tanks from the 2 base side come over here to help out with the 1 base side, which is very nice. Kill off the infantry, get the cap and infantry. Lots of artillery. A single Neo tank isn't going to be able to, well, double artillery. A single Neo tank isn't going to have a very easy time breaking through there. Okay, Eazy-E is down 10 units. Does have scary attacks over here. Now we do have the prime tactics, which does prime tactics allow for the join cap, which is pretty cool. And if this wasn't Drake, I would imagine this could potentially be a GG kind of moment. But because this is Drake, the super is going to hit this for 2, and then copter and these 2 infantry are going to hit this to do enough damage to stop the HQ cap. Okay, well, Shmovin has to do some other fight on the turn first to get to the super, and then you'll attack into this. You want to do that because the terrain stars, the defense you get from terrain stars, scales with the health of the unit. So if this is at 8 instead of 10, it will only get 80% of the terrain star defense in comparison to 100% of the terrain star defense. But since it's currently getting 100% of the terrain star defense, it's actually going to get the HQ cap. The Shmovin has resigned. Yeah, so Shmovin would have won that. Just had to use the super first to do the 2 damage, which will then lower the defense of the infantry. And then you have the 5 health infantry, you have the tank strike, and you have the copter strike, and that's going to be enough to bring it down. But very, very good attempt, Eazy-E. Very good, successful attempt at capturing the HQ. And this is something that Lash has available, because the infantry on the HQ with the Lash super at full health has 90% defense. So it's very difficult to deal damage to it. But the global damage gets through that because it just does 2 damage flat. GG, something to definitely keep in mind in the future. And Eazy-E, really you don't want to do all these base skips. If shmovin had used the super first, I think it would have just almost ended the game on the spot. Much like the HQ cap did. Okay. We return to the returning submitters. We have Djis versus Poland, Caustic finale. I think this was sent in by Poland. Could be wrong. And we have another Olaf mirror, everyone's favorite. Finally a map with a useful port. You can build a battleship here. Try and hold your HQ, or if you take the harbor from your opponent, you can try and build the battleship to lock their bases and take their HQ. It's usually not that great, but it definitely has its moments. There's some very meta openings over here that has an artillery go for the corner city, or artillery going along with infantry to go for the corner city. We'll see if both players go for it or not. It's like super meta. Almost everyone does it. And yeah, also the city skip to go past the city to get the corner really fast. There we have Poland going for the artillery. Pretty much right away, Djis going for much slower opening. Still gets an artillery over here though. But didn't do any city skips, so Djis will have slightly more early game money, but he's going to have a harder time getting to all these contested properties. You can see here, Poland is set up to actually contest this city and then have the artillery come up and deny it forever. And since Djis doesn't go for that, because doesn't want to get beat up by the opposing infantry, now this infantry goes for this corner city, and the artillery can set itself up in a lot of different places and kind of deny these properties for the rest of the game. And that's why, and because this is such a choky area, and you can easily block stuff off with an infantry, this is why the artillery, this is why it's meta on this map. Go for the artillery into the corner. Yeah, Poland, this is the route that I tend to favor, where I go straight down for this city, and then when the artillery shows up, I back off to this city. Don't try and go for the corner. And you can see the difference that happens with it is that you get this city a turn later, but you get both of these cities, where in the situation that Djis is in right here, you only get one city. In this case, Djis is actually going to get none of these cities, which I don't agree with. He's going to try and put some more pressure on Poland over here. Try and get this artillery to do some work. Bust in here, have a nice infantry fight. This tank is going to be able to get involved. We have the tanks covering each other here. There is... Well, the infantry came back here, so there isn't quite the classic tank takes a first strike, and then the infantry moves here to block the way. I guess this tank would be able to go here in this case. Okay, so Deegis is going to be able to get this corner city. But the artillery is looking a little exposed. You have the tank. The double tank strike. Looking pretty good for Deegis in that regard. Lots of pressure being put on Poland in the top right here. But Poland is very much in the advantage situation over here. There's also going to be double, or I guess a single infantry strike threatening this artillery with tank backup. Oh, D just kills off this one health. Okay. Poland doesn't quite get that kill. Does have the tank hit here. So that comes down to how is Poland going to protect that tank. Decides to just build another tank. And you can see how these two bases can kind of get locked in a never-ending tank buying spree, as they're both barely outside of each other's range of tanks being built and hitting the base. Often what can happen is if an artillery gets brought up into this situation, then the base can quickly get overwhelmed. Which might be what Deegis is planning to do with this artillery. Either that or it's going to just try and face down the opposing one over here. And Poland's tank here has an option. It can either come down here to try and fight off this artillery, or can move up here and join the big old tank brawl. Okay. So the big old tank brawl has been joined, and Poland's doing a really good job in this top left corner. And he just is going to get this the cornermost city, but is starting to lag behind in the economy here. Purely because Poland's been doing so well up here. Alright. So D just did indeed build this artillery with the idea of using it in this fight, which is a very good idea. You can see it's already protecting one of these tanks. And once it gets into an even better spot, then it'll be able to protect all the tanks coming in for these tank first strikes in the big old tank brawl. Be really difficult to deal with. Poland making sure. And similarly to what's happening over here with the tank fights over like this property is being fought over by infantry to infantry. As a common occurrence on Caustic Finale is that these two bases just kind of constantly funnel infantry towards each other, fighting over this one property. Lots of tanks being bought by Poland. Does really need to be careful because of the artillery that Deegis has brought in here. So you either need to like get an artillery yourself to try and counteract it, or you can even go a rocket, or you can try and get like a medium tank with the idea of wall breaking, so you can then hit the artillery. Ooh, he just manages to break through and hit the artillery up here, which is a pretty big deal. And also gets to use this artillery to go for this city cap, which is really nice, because this now puts Poland in a very awkward situation, where to save this city from being captured, the tank would have to come down, hit from the forest, clear this bridge, and then the infantry can interrupt, but now the artillery gets to shoot the tank. So just more artillery shenanigans, ahoy. Okay, artillery moves up, now guarding all of the tanks. Poland might have some sort of sneaky shenanigans here with this, maybe not. I guess I'll find out. So we get a whole bunch of infantry strikes over here. Still goes for this capture. Move the artillery to a safer spot. 6 health artillery. Still very can't reach. Still a pretty good deterrent against opposing tanks. Doesn't quite have sneaky shenanigans. Does get to beat up the tanks a lot. The artillery will get to shoot one of these tanks. This tank will be able to hit one of these tanks. And then we have Poland going for the artillery down here. Does just let the city go. This is something that you often need to do on mixed-based maps, and just maps in general, is to know when you need to just let a property go, because the amount of stuff you'd have to lose in order to try and hold on to it is just not worth it. And even with that property being captured, Poland is ahead in economy. Okay, down comes tank for a nice first strike. It's looking like Deegis is not going to be able to... That was a weird attack. It's looking like Deegis is not... Oh, I see. It's to get the super. It's not going to be able to actually hold on to the defenses of this artillery. It's looking very exposed. Deegis needs 450 more charge, so can always like send an infantry into a tank if he needs to. First super, so it's not nearly as devastating as it could be, but it's still always a really good... It helps with that attack. A really good thing to get the first super in the Olaf mirror. No. You can do it, Stream. I believe in you. I believe. It seems to have stabilized. Is the chat still there? We live! Hey! We're good. Okay. Poland, of course, does the response. The response super. And we'll get a nice breakthrough to hit this artillery, which was kind of Deegis' ace in the hole for holding this front. Lots of pressure being put on this lone base. It's just a 4 health artillery at this point, so it's not nearly as scary of a deterrent. In comes these tank strikes, and then the strike on this artillery is covered by this 8 health tank. Ooh. Deegis, or not Deegis, with Poland with a nice blocker. Unless that's like a min health one, and the infantry can just clear it. Ooh, a 5 health tank is used to clear it, so definitely worth it for Poland there. We have some more tank first strikes. The artillery is now nice and safe on a city, well, potentially, which is a nice place to put artillery in general, because they can still impact, due to being indirects, they can still impact the fights even while sitting on the city and healing. Winter Fury was even hitting the chat. Oh no! Ooh. Deegis' tank over here is unopposed. Diving forward, might even get this city. Going for some hits on this artillery to try and take that city. Okay. Is going to force this base to respond, so it can't keep sending stuff into the middle. It's kind of the same situation that Deegis is in over here. So Poland is still up by 1k right now. He's been doing a very good job of getting that cash. Not quite sure why this infantry decided to go stand on this city. That's okay. We do have the tank that responds to this tank. Some more breakthroughs here. 1 health tank does kill off the artillery. That's a pretty big deal. Okay. And then all of these, the artillery is going to join in with the festivities here in this lovely fight. You have 2 infantry strikes trying to clear the base, I guess. Or at least injure the infantry. So Poland is up by 2k. Which is very good when you... The income difference matters a lot more on this map because of just how close these bases are to each other. Any increase in your income can mean that you can just instantly win this fight once you can start pumping out medium tanks, for instance, and your opponent can't match them. Okay. Just goes for the capture. We have a nice little blocker here. It's like the key tile to block to stop tanks from moving through here, but it's not, in this case, a super big deal. Right, we have a nice little artillery stare off over here, making sure that Poland maintains control over this city and the income lead. Oh, infantry beating up on tanks there. Very nice. Tank comes in. Very weird to me that this 8 health tank was used to hit the 9 health tank rather than the full health tank. But that's okay. We have another city potentially falling to Poland, which would give Poland a 3k lead, although Dejus is going to get this city, so they'll just go back to being a 2k lead. When you have an income lead, there's a few things you can do on this map. You can start pressuring this corner, try and like force them to match your investments to fight over the comm tower, or you can do what I was saying before and start teching up in this top right area. In both cases, you're really making your opponent struggle for being behind in that money. You can see how effective these artillery are in these tank fights, and how much priority Poland put on killing off the Dejus one. Even this 3 health one, just chilling over here on this harbor. It's getting its pot shots off on tanks. Down goes that. I'm surprised this infantry wasn't used to block off like here, but I guess this is trying to stop this tank from getting through. Whoa. Kill off that tank. This is looking very, very good for Poland in the top right. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tanks to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with artillery and infantry on the way. Dejus' own artillery is just in a staring contest right now. Okay. Tank first strike. Maybe finish off with another tank strike. Ooh, has to join the infantry in order to buy another tank. So base skipping over here. And this artillery is not hit. So it gets to take a... Or isn't killed off. So it gets to set up a nice kill for one of these other tanks. The city's being pressured. So the 6 health infantry might not even be enough to stop the city capture. This might take a whole tank strike. Tank first strike. This is looking very good for Poland. Dejus does reach the Winter Fury first, but it's not Dejus' turn currently. Although it doesn't look like Poland will be able to reach it. Maybe with some different engagements, Poland would have been able to do it. But that's okay. You have the triple tank and an infantry up 9 units. He just gets the Winter Fury off, which does mean that this infantry will be able to stop this city capture, so that's a pretty big deal. A lot of these, like this unit is completely surrounded by injured units. I was busting over here. Go for a lot of tank first strikes. The low health artillery finally taken out. Ooh, but it had to go into the full health, full-ish health artillery range to do it. Okay, Poland arguably should have joined some of these tanks together when he saw the Winter Fury coming, because when basically if you join the tanks together, you're taking half as much damage while keeping the same amount of unit value. Because if you have like a 3 health and a 7 health tank, they take 4 damage total from Winter Fury. But if you then join those two together to make a 10 health tank, that only takes 2 health and damage. It's a nice little trick for mitigating global damage dealt. We have the double snow. Nice kill there. Ooh, nice kill there. Also, when the global damage hits and a unit gets knocked down to 1, if it was like at 2 and it gets knocked down to 1, it's put at 1% health. So, as long as you can do just 1% damage, you can get the kill. Which is kind of what happened right here. They're still fighting over this property. They have equal investment down here. Poland is up by 2k still. Block off with this tank. Traps this tank in here with the infantry, looking very good. Very nice blocking. So this tank can kill this one to have this one go through and hit this infantry from this side, but this is looking pretty GG. Deegis is behind by a lot. Oh, okay, we do kill off that tank. We'll break through to hit this artillery for a little bit. Probably not worth it because there is a full health tank covering this. And it also means that this capture goes through, which hurts. Now Deegis is going to go down to 17 to 21k income. Looks like Poland's got some plans of trying to clear this out, but it's kind of hard to do once you don't have any infantry in the area anymore. Okay, does kill off the tank on the harbor and be able to start capping that as well. Goes in for these tank strikes. The idea here is to overwhelm the artillery, to overload the artillery. As well as pester it a bit, it looks like. Knocked it down to 8. Does get the kill on that tank on the HQ. Lots of pressure putting on Deegis up here. He did float 4k, so you can expect to see a medium tank built or something. No. Artillery and tank and still double infantry. Still floating money. Usually you don't want to float money if you're put under a ton of pressure. Although I can't argue with the artillery buy. That is very good. Try and maintain a hold in the area. But yeah, now Poland is able to just front switch away. At least with some of the units. And just keep some guys as blockers. Just kill off Deegis's other small selection of units. No tech up from Poland at all. I would definitely build a tank down here when you're up, or like get a medium tank somewhere. When you're up by 5k income, you can just force your opponent to be stretched too thin. But yeah, Deegis resigns after that. Well played, Poland. He has to clear his port to buy that battleship. Don't you want to not float money in general without a solid plan? It's okay to float money if you're not like immediately in a fight. As long as you have the money on the board in time for the fight, it's fine. So you can float a lot in some situations. But yeah, usually you want to do it when you have a plan. Poland claims another victim on Caustic Finale. Oh no. Inkagark, you can console Deegis. Okay, we got Red Scare versus Hecc. Sturm versus Hawke. You got spoiled watching a ton of Commander Wars AI. Commander Wars AI is certainly something. I don't know who submitted this, so I'm gonna make it Red Scare because there's Sturm. I like Sturm. I'm gonna have to be a little fast. I'll try and get this one and one more replay in, so I'll have to go pretty quick here. This is a very big map, and there's a bunch of different openings. This is not one of the openings. You would really like to go for the base first. It's okay to delay this base a little bit if you're like going for the airport first, because this base is not responsible for very many captures, so it doesn't hit you nearly as hard economically as some other ones would that you would skip, but you still don't want to skip it for going down in unit count. Yeah, Sturm is super banned in standard. And judging by how effective his recons are in high funds, he's rightfully banned in standard. Just a single recon from Red Scare. I thought Red Scare was going to do the good old pump out tons of recons as Sturm and just harass your opponent to death. It looks like we're going recon into tank. The single recon. Harassing. And the reason why Sturm's recons are weaker in fog in comparison to standard and high funds is because they have 8 movement, but they only have 5 vision range. So they aren't as absolutely absurd in their harassment, but they're still very absurd. You just you need to just play high funds more. High funds let you do that stuff. Okay, neither player's gotten a transport copter yet, which is okay. Wow, no fear. The recon just stands there and strikes this infantry. So what you would normally want to do in this case, because there might be a chance that the tank's going to hit you, but the other thing that you want to do is you want to you can either stay there and hit the infantry that's capturing to delay that economy, or you can just move back and stand on this city because you saw an infantry start moving towards it, and you can delay the city that way. Sturm recons have 5 vision, just like other recons. It's just they have 8 movement. They have more movement than they have vision, so they don't get to have the same threat range that they have in other modes. Unless you have a whole bunch of recons working in tandem. Okay. The capture route over here is looking a little bit dubious, but it's fine. It's still going for like the nearest captures. It's not like super outrageous. I do like the transport copters for both players. Kind of similar to the Overflow map that was my game. Is you've got these contestable islands that if you rush them, they're very hard to take from the opponent, or be taken from you, because the infantry sits on the city, and now they have to bring down a battlecopter and clear you off. Oh, in fog, if you want to go for the Sturm recon harassment, you don't buy 2, you build like 8. 2 is not quite going to get you what you want. Okay. The Sturm is nicely set up to harass and deny these captures. Does go in over here. Also, the 1 health recon actually survived here, which is really nice. Very good. 2 hit KOs, which don't kill because Sturm has the -2 attack. But it also makes these Sturm tanks kind of be able to attack with impunity. They have no fear of this first strike. Okay, I like Hecc's idea of building multiple, or like starting to build a lot of copters here. Sturm's anti-air can still one-shot copters as long as the anti-air is at full health. And the copter doesn't have extra defense or something. But once the anti-air start getting chunked down, then they aren't nearly as effective. Yep. Sturm units surviving the 2-hit KOs. I like everything being grouped together. I like it being protected by an artillery. It's looking good. At this point, Sturm should probably invest in either some like heavier tanks or some like rockets. You really need stuff that has high base damage to make up for the fact that you have that negative damage component to your kit. Otherwise, you will end up often losing out in a lot of brawls. Because while you do have that extra defense, you can see right there, it helps. But when you get hit by an artillery, it still hurts a lot. And like your copters will take a lot less chip damage because they have that extra defense mitigating the elect damage. But they'll still die in one shot against most anti-airs. The nice things you have really going for you as Sturm is that chip damage isn't as scary for you, and that your units are very hard to kill off when they're forming walls and when they're standing on stronger terrain. So if you can use your cheaper units like your infantry and your recons and the like to support your big boy units like your rockets, your mega tanks, your neo tanks, then you can find a lot of success. Because like neo tanks and mega tanks have some stuff that they overkill, especially mega tanks. A Sturm mega tank will still one-shot stuff. So it doesn't feel that negative 20% firepower. And it also benefits a lot from being able to move through forests with ease. But if you're using just these base units, you're going to have a really hard time breaking through your opponent's walls, much like they have a hard time breaking through yours. And even when you do break through, the damage isn't going to be absolutely ridiculous. Unless you have like a ton of recons, they're just waiting to storm through and just tear up your opponent's indirects. We have a base skip from Sturm. We have a nice pressure over here. There's one Sturm indirect here. I would highly suggest getting some rockets. You can even get missiles as Sturm. There's a lot of stuff you can do when you just have perfect movement. You get away with it. Okay. Sturm's gonna get a nice attack in over here. Thanks to the artillery. We have a meteor strike. Ooh. Bam, right on the front lines. That's the ideal for Sturm. Does get to kill off a copter. Kill off another copter. This is fighting against Hawke, so it is important to kill off units when you can. It's not quite as important as when you're fighting Andy, but it's still important. Looks like something got trapped over here. Be giving vision. Looks like it was the copter. How unfortunate. Okay. right there. Okay, so Hecc is going to have the Hawke super to turn the tide of this fight. It's going to do a lot of damage. So Hawke was down by 40k, and at the end, Hawke is down by just 10k, or like 6k. So like a 34,000 funds swing. A good old Hawke super there. But even with the Hawke super, the Sturm units with their extra defense added on, holding on strong. That's part of what Sturm tends to use his powers for. Like the meteor, your opponent will often be able to just build a magnet and negate for the most part, but that extra +10/+10 stats helps Sturm a lot. And I mean, the meteor is nice too. But every point of defense seems more and more impactful. And then once you have a comm tower and you use your power, you have the normal 100% firepower. You feel like a superhero. Okay, we got triple tank artillery. Looks like they kind of fought to a standstill over here. Hecc should really buy some more anti-air though. The Sturm copter going uncontested. A breakthrough over here. Very nice. Red Scare is managing to stay 1k up thanks to having this harbor. It actually had this infantry did not get damaged. That's really good. Don't slow down its capture rate at all. Should probably not attack into the artillery. I'm pretty sure these were known about. Let's get to kill off the copter though, which is good. Pick on the poor artillery. Still no heavy units built by Sturm. Things are going to get really nasty on the next Hawke power, which is fast approaching. Unless Hawke doesn't play around the meteor very well, in which case, wow. This is looking like a pretty good meteor. Well, there's not a ton of units to follow up to kill off all of the units that get hit. But yeah, bam. A few will get taken out. Infantry hits there. It kills off that guy. That's pretty good. There is an anti-air to replace the other anti-airs. Sturm's doing a very good job of making sure that these anti-airs are always present on the fronts, which is something that I think Hecc really should work on in the future. Nothing feels worse than just winning a front, but then you have to retreat because their opponent's got copters harassing you to death. Okay. I attack in here. You can see. Okay, Hecc is desperately searching for the super here. You can see how nice these Sturm stats are. Oh man, Hecc is just short of getting the super. Still use the black wave. Oh no. That's probably not worth it. It's probably better to save up to reach that super just on the next turn. So, Sturm's very happy to take half the damage. It's a nice breakthrough at the top. At the bottom, we have some tank attacks. Who doesn't get the kill? Don't know why. Decided to attack from the comm tower. I'm pretty sure this is a known about artillery. Hawke, yeah, has to retreat. And there's actually still some Sturm infantry over here. Also made an APC. I brought the transport copter back. So that's a big deal, because if these guys have to run away, and then there's actually infantry available to get these captures, that can quickly lead to the end of the game. To financial swings. Okay, we get some nice first strikes. Copter at the kill, went for that. Hit on the infantry. We have the transport copter set up to bring these guys over here, making sure it doesn't fly both fronts. It can't quite reach. One city's being captured. You say move the infantry off the city on the top left to not have funds drained? You could do that. I would just go pick it up. Or I just wouldn't have left it there if I'm feeling that infantry starved. Okay. Trying to keep the fight going up here. So Hecc better not use the normal power again, otherwise things probably won't work out too great. Actually equalized on economy for now. Although this city's gonna fall. And at this point it looks like Sturm actually has to retreat over here. Had a great go of it. Oh, decides to keep up the pressure. Does get the kill off the artillery. There is an anti-air here, and the Neo-Tank comes in. The Neo-Tank wasn't done. So very good swing turn for Hecc. Does get trapped by this infantry, which is very bad news for this artillery, because now it's just sitting out in the open. Do have the Meteor Strike. I probably wouldn't have done it here because I don't have any good follow-up. And if I use the Meteor Strike and then the opposing Hawke just uses the Hawke Super in response to Black Storm, then I won't really get that much out of it. We do have the Stealth built for Sturm. Okay. So I was saying you want to go for those big boy units for Sturm. Not so much the stealth, because it's not benefiting that much from your extra defense, and it is being hurt a lot by your weaker firepower. But it will survive a fighter first strike and still be used as a very annoying blocker, that's for sure. Yeah, I'd prefer a Mega Tank. I'd prefer a Neo Tank. Also, make sure to bring the APC down to go with your stealth. Otherwise, it's just going to run out of fuel just trying to get to the front. And that's always the really sad part of stealths in Fog, is that the maps are big. Alright, it's down to 40. APC is not on its way. Okay, we do have some medium tanks coming out, so those are pretty good. Now we have the Black Storm. That's going to do a lot of damage. A good 30k and healed like 10. Neo Tank doesn't quite kill the medium tank. Ooh, stealth is even spotted. Neo Tank still attacks in though. No fear. Blocks off the area. Or blocks off the Neo Tank from being struck. I guess this guy could still hit down here. Stealths have a very weird damage matrix. So they don't like one-shot tanks, but they do hit stealths, or they do hit Neo Tanks for a good chunk. Ooh, Red Scare made it all the way over to this base. Very nice. Or not base, this property. Captured the island. It's actually up by 6k right now. That is a lot. Using for this strike. We'll see what the stealth decides to do. You can see they're not the best for fighting tanks. Yeah, you can. There's no. You're pushing the no fighter buy. You don't always have to buy a fighter, especially in fog, against stealths. Sometimes you can kind of just make them run out of fuel. I would still buy a fighter as Hecc though. There's not just the stealth to deal with that your fighter can deal with. There's also all of these Sturm copters. Yeah. Stealths are very expensive, but they don't do nearly as much damage as other units of its same price range, except against like Neotanks. Just because they're nice and weird like that. Okay. It's down to 19 fuel. So it kind of has to go up towards its APC now. Otherwise it will crash if it moves. Oh, it's going to move over to the black boat. Okay. So far, the stealth has hit a tank. Oh no. The meteor strike does hit here. It does hit the Neo tank, which is nice. Moved the stealth away from the black boat. I guess the black boat was built not for the stealth, but just to block the harbor. So if this APC dies, or if something gets in the way, then it's GG stealth. It's going to be at 9 fuel next turn. What did it hit? It hit a copter for 7. They are pretty good against copters. Okay. At this point, you would just surround the stealth probably with cheap units or just get in its way. I'm pretty sure the APC is known of up here. Looks like it's not going to happen though. Like trying to save the city. Does kill off the recon. A huge attack in here. Oh. Sending the anti-air to kill the... Yeah. That makes sense. Breakthrough, hit the artillery. So the stealth is now dead. It's at 9 fuel. If it moves at all, it's going to crash next turn. There's no way to save it. Yeah, you can save up for the Sturm Super. I like to use it. I mean, I can use the Sturm Super and be happy with it. Usually I use the Sturm normal power when I see an opportunity to get a bunch of kills against Hawke with it. It also forces Hawke to play around it. Because if you hit Hawke's front line for 4 damage to everything and boost yourself up, you can kill all those units just like you hit them all down to 2. I mean, you'll take 2 strikes usually instead of 1, but you'll still be able to kill off all those units effectively. Rip stealth. You can see it did more damage to the Neo tank than it did to the tank. It's a very weird unit. You want to build a stealth? You can build stealths and have it be very effective, but they do take a lot of support, and different COs are better at it than others. Hawke decided to use Black Wave. I assume it was in order to stop this capture, because otherwise this would have gone through. Huge breakthrough with these Neotanks. Although there is also the nice breakthrough up here, so they're kind of swapping sides. And until these captures actually go through, Sturm is still up by 10k in income, although way down in unit value for all of the Hawke powers. And yeah, Sturm really, like, I like the medium tanks and Neotank buys by Hawke, because these are units that are going to be very difficult for Sturm to kill off and can just get healed up, kind of like Andy does. Oh my gosh. No, don't build another stealth. It did not go well. Okay, well, I think that Sturm might be on the way out of this game. We'll see, though. But you have the medium, this triple medium take over here. So if Hawke overstays his welcome, then I can see Sturm getting some real traction again. Especially if the Neotanks get placed in range of the stealth and you go like stealth and medium tank kill. Looks like that's not going to happen though. Hawke is falling back a fair bit. Stealth does reveal itself. See, the stealth hits the tank on the road for 6. It is a Sturm stealth, so normally that would probably do like 8. There we go, there we go. We got the rocket. Rocket's gonna be very good. These cities are starting to fall. We'll see if Hecc's trying to dive in here. It would still be dangerous. As I was saying, the stealth can actually deal a good amount of damage to Neotanks. So these are diving in. That's a little bit dangerous. Does get some nice first strikes on these medium tanks. There is for sure a potential Sturm power. This would be something that you would definitely move Planner out so that you don't hit any of your own units. The stealth does see 4 tiles, yeah. Okay, so that only hit the medium tank. Not so bad. There you go. See? Stealth, it hits the Neotank like it hits a tank. It's so weird. Like, that attack matters a lot more than when it hits the tank for 6. Yeah, I don't think Hawke should have dived in there. That was a very weird attack. But very good for Sturm there. Start getting some traction back into the game. It does give Hawke a lot of charge. And when you got big armies doing big army things, then the global damage will usually win out in the end. Neotanks back off. We do have the fighter built. The stealth earned its respect. There's still no APC, but there is the black boat down here. So, I mean, the stealth is like 2 turns away from crashing. But if it goes down, it can be repaired by the black boat. It's actually just going to get tagged by this fighter, though. Rest in peace. What did it kill off? Was it an injured Neotank? Killed off a 2 health Neotank. Sure. We have another stealth built. That's very unfortunate timing when you build the stealth right after your opponent builds a fighter to deal with your own stealth. It's revealed. We have the hit. Stealth lives. It's a stealth. It's a Sturm stealth. It lives. Then we have the Black Storm. Hecc is now 40k up thanks to that. A huge dive in. Oh my gosh, lots of kills. Hey, the rocket gets its first shot. Oh no, there's no anti-air over here. Oh, it's because too much money is being invested in these stealths for Red Scare to be maintaining anti-air count. Very nice rocket shot, and then Red Scare resigns. Yeah, I think Red Scare probably would have won that if no stealths got bought. They'll kill the stealth, and then they won't expect the other one. He'd also been in a better spot if the other one hadn't crashed. I'm telling, this is part of why stealths are not nearly as good in fog. For one, it like doesn't matter that it's invisible while approaching. It just gives it the opportunity to reveal itself as it flies over your cities. But two, it's just the maps are so big. And that was not even against Drake. See if I can get another one in, and then I gotta go. That's Super 5125 against A9977321. The first round of the Smacky Cup, which is the fog on-site tournament. The Sturm mega tanks are the way. Okay, so we have Sami versus Sonja. I think this is I don't know if this is the first time, but one of the first times I'm seeing Sonja picked. She does have the advantage of getting to see more with this recon, and there are a lot of mountains to stand on and get vision of, like so. But she's gonna have a heck of a time fighting against Sami. So whatever you do as Sonja, do not try and contest these central cities. Otherwise, I mean, you might be getting a very swift and painful end. Although I guess you have the extra counterattack damage when you get attacked on the cities. Try to contest the cities. Got it. Okay, so it looks like it was just to go for the comm tower, and then being much more reserved. That's good. As for Sami, I'm not quite sure why this mech was bought. I guess we're just gonna enter straight into mech spam. Okay. I mean, the mech spam is kind of difficult for the one base to deal with. We have another recon built here for Sonja, looking nice. And yeah, this capture is just gonna happen. I don't think there's anything that Sonja can do about this. Recon for some reason went the long way around. Okay, well, I guess there is something you can do about it, but these infantry are going to die. The Sami. And the problem is that this is the one base is just going to run out of units. The mechs be marching. This, however, not a good move for Sami. don't want to leave yourself open to kind of what's happening on the other side, which is to lose all your foot soldiers from your one base side. Going for the mech strike. Does kill the mech. That was definitely a luck roll. Nice recon pressure. If the artillery to lock down, to kill off this recon. You can see the triple vehicle buy from Sonja here, so you know for sure that there's probably just an infantry built on the other side. You get to reveal a juicy artillery to strike. Okay. The extra counterattack damage. Making sure to get that chip. Down goes the recon. The strike in here. Classic Sonja, not getting that kill even with tower. Attacks into the mech, sure. Does go for these captures. Has the tank and the artillery and the copter on the way over here. Very nice. And Sonja mechs are pretty decent because the weakest part, or one of the weakest parts about the mech is that it takes a lot of damage when it's first struck. A Sonja mech can like lunge off of or out of the forest, off of a city, out of a mountain, go for an attack, and then the Sonja super can help protect it for a turn. Okay, the mechs are starting to overwhelm. Usually you'd want some support coming from the other base. Looks like it's going to mainly go into the center to try and offset Sonja's own harassment here. I'd say Sonja's playing this pretty well, other than losing too much stuff trying to save this comm tower. Zoom, the recon comes in. Finishes the kill. Very good use of recons for Sonja so far. Kill off this mech. This pipe seam hasn't, neither of these pipe seams have been taken out, so I'm a little worried about the long-term safety of these these lone bases. Does delay the comm tower capture. Ooh, okay. Medium tank is a great buy. Rest in peace, artillery. We knew you well. You have tank mech, which is really good to take out that anti-air, and then the copter can get involved all at once. Okay. So the comm tower is going to fall like 2 turns, but the medium tank is going to have a very nice position if it can make it onto like this city before the mechs overwhelm it. Assuming there's no artillery that shows up. I would probably strike with the tank first, just because it's going to take a lot less counterattack damage. We have 1 recon hit. No real great follow-up to that, sadly. Ooh. That's a daring anti-air to go for that hit on the recon. I guess the idea is to overload the artillery. Be like, ah, you thought you were going to shoot my tank, but actually, I'll give you a better target. You can shoot my anti-air. There's actually a double time turn here. That would be pretty devastating. Because this can clear this infantry off. Or, no. What am I talking about? The recon can clear the infantry, and then the artillery and the mech can get strikes, and then over here you can kill off this infantry after like revealing with a capture here. You have mech infantry strike kills this, and then this mech steps onto this mountain, and then both of these mechs move up and kill this artillery, and then the copter stands on the base. You're like, GG, it's over. Doesn't look like we're going to have a double time this turn, though. Which is fine. I mean, the same threat's going to exist with a victory march for sure. You have a rocket built from Super 5125 on the left side. Nice copter first strike. We have the counter break initiated by the Sonja player. Gets to see so much stuff. In comes the medium tank. Nice strike. Kill off the recon. Beat up the poor innocence artillery. Okay. Kill off that infantry. Kill off. Ooh, gets the luck roll. A very happy Sonja right there. Now, Sami is very close to having a, now has a victory march. Decides to go for it. I do believe that the base will fall. Works on through here. Does get that kill. Infantry is just not quite... Ooh, that was a mistake. Or no, it's not. Never mind. These are the only two that can reach. Oh. It falls. Rest in peace, base. Probably should have captured the comm tower first. That's okay. The bomber built over here. I don't know why you're building a bomber over here. Definitely build it here, where it has a front it can immediately impact. I don't think this front really needs the help of a bomber right now. Hopefully they killed the mech on the base, but they didn't then stand on the base, so he's just gonna build something. Trying to break on through. So many injured units. It goes away. It's double base skip over here, but it's fine. Well, this medium tank is not going to know it hit it. We have another bomber built over here. To then go after the black boat and threaten to win that way. No. Okay. Get there. Then the infantry can try and take its base back. Dream in the dream. Sonja does get that comm tower finally. It does not go for the base. It understood that was a dream it would never accomplish. Okay, Sami goes for the capture. Doesn't reach. Just builds an infantry. Okay. Rocket. I don't know if it fired. I might have just rewound it. Don't wait it anymore. She moves forward. Sonja is behind by 8k, but otherwise is doing pretty decently. Although, except more cities are falling, of course. Okay. Sami goes in, kills the medium tank, hits the foreign innocent infantry, starts charging on in here. This now is going to be completely secured. And got... Oh, broke... Oh, I see. It was breaking the pipe seam over here. We do have the counter break from Sonja, trying to hold on. But not going to be able to take this one base. And then the entire forces of Super 5125 is just going to be able to collapse on this side and this HQ. It would be very impressive for Sonja to make a comeback after losing this base. Sonja deletes their black boat. I like it. That's the that's a fancy way to surrender. Oh no. Oh, okay. Super 5125 wins by capture. I was gonna say the vision of the HQ was just barely out of range of any of these units, so it didn't know that the black boat got deleted. GG. All right. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I'm gonna have to call it there. Be a good night to everyone. I'll leave you with an apple, the classic. And of course, there is a Patreon if you would like to join it. I appreciate all my patrons. Good night, everyone, and have a good